The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Menopausal Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Menopausal Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Menopausal Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Menopausal Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Menopausal Care.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Menopausal Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Menopausal Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Menopausal Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Menopausal Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Menopausal Care.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Menopausal Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode Menopausal Care.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never be the same.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Earth. Myself, Dr. Amrita, I welcome you to today's episode, a special episode of For the Women of the Women and by the Women on Menopausal Care. It's a special event which is a part of a women. I would recognize it as an event because of many reasons, and we'll be talking about it in different ways. We have experts, we have panelists, we have people you all can participate and also share your views and insight on a special thing that happens in a woman's life. But before that, as we go more and we talk more and we discuss more on the topic, which is, I think, pretty close to everybody's heart. Many women feel very much personal when they talk about all these things. And before we dive deep into that, let's start with a Gayatri mantra. Taking a deep pause, relaxing yourself, a calm breath going in. Om Bhurbhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. Welcome again. Today's episode is on menopausal care, a word that is of utmost importance to all those ladies who are at the age of their 40s and 50s, as it becomes a turning point in their life. And to know about it is also very important. Most of the time, we don't care about it. Most of the time, it comes up very silently. Most of the time, it creeps up with certain health issues. And sometimes we really think, is it really important for me to think about it? Or is it really important for me to really know what's happening with me? As I turned myself from a little girl to a woman, and now from that woman, a stage of life that is turning me up to know more about myself and to care more about myself. And that's why a lot of questions that are unheard, a lot of questions that are unasked as well have to be answered. And that's why today's episode is specially aimed on focusing on this special topic, a stage of women's life, menopausal care. And that's why I can see two smiling ladies in front of the screen who are ready to talk about more on this vibrant topic that I think stimulates a lot of women globally to answer what's happening around and how the life will be after that. Very global namaste to both of you. Dr. Sonal and Alexandra in different parts of the world, as we welcome Dr. Sonal from India and Alexandra from Croatia. A very, very warm welcome to today's episode. Both of you are in the science of health, in the fields of wellness, as well as exploring your own ways. Dr. Sonal is a homeopath and is a working practitioner at Mumbai, and therefore, we have a lot of things in relation to that. And also, we would like our viewers to know about the Wellbeing Academy, which is run by Alexandra from Croatia. And we are shortly having a lovely retreat over there at Croatia at Dreamers Club Eco Resort and Eco Sunshine Apartments, Lombarda, Croatia, which is quite well in 1290 euros per person from 8th to 15th of February 2025. And it's a Valentine retreat. Wow, that's so lovely. Alexandra, before we move to Dr. Sonal, let's hear what our founder and director Neil Kumar has to say. Global namaste to you, Neil Kumar. A very warm welcome as well to today's episode. Over to you.
Global namaste to you, Dr. Amrita Sharma. What a wonderful start and what a wonderful topic for women to share tips with each other, but more importantly, for men to learn how to handle women during menopause. So those who are listening to us on YouTube, Facebook, website, and other partner channels, you can pose your questions if you like and send it to us and or listen to it. And Alexandra actually has planned 2025 for many retreats, and about 3 o'clock, apart from her tips from menopause, we are also going to tell you more about the retreat. Isn't that right, Alexandra?
Global namaste, definitely. Thank you so much. Yes, all these retreats are really inspired by Healing Our Earth episodes and the questions we got. And there was like a really stream of these like wellness questions, and I was not like just noting it down through all these years and participation in your esteemed on your esteemed platform. So I created these programs, and especially like this menopause, and I am like now deep into menopause. It's like a lived experience plus expertise, guiding a couple of hundreds women through that. And what the first retreat will be about couples, because I think this is also a very, very special topic that can be shared, as you just said, Neil, by partner as well, because we need to share information and we need to have time and space to integrate that information.
And for those who don't know Alexandra, I think the beautiful part about Alexandra, since we know her from right at the start of pandemic, she always delivers touch better. So whatever you expect, you get a touch better because she actually believes in what she does. And later we are going to share, what Alexandra does. And for those people, when they watch the recording again, you can see this is what Alexandra does. She is going to lead the retreat herself, Harmonious Hearts. So it's a perfect time for Valentine. And tell your friends and whoever it is, let Alexandra treat you to a nice Valentine's treat. So Alexandra will tell them more about it. Stay around. You can chit chat with Sonal and her choice, and we'll come back to you in a moment. And Amrita, let's go from Punjab into Maharashtra in Mumbai, where Sonal, our smiling Sonal, who is not only a top homeopath, but she is also a holistic healer, plus more. So over to you, Amrita and Sonal, and let's continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Alexandra, for hosting such a lovely retreat. We would like to be a part of it as well. And it's time to welcome Dr. Sonal from Maharashtra. Global Namaste, Dr. Sonal.
Namaste
So
to everyone.
you are basically yourself a woman, and you are a homeopath. And secondly, apart from that, what is your personal perspective? So we would like to know your personal perspective as well as point of view from being a homeopathic physician. What is your view on the menopausal care that a woman must take? And what is menopause? What is special about it that we have to talk about it? Over to you. Thank you.
So global namaste to everyone. And I welcome you all and thank you for this opportunity that I have got to speak here at this platform. So I am Dr. Sonal Jain from Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. And I am a qualified homeopath since more than 15 years. And now I'm practicing wholly as a holistic healer. So what made me come into holistic healing is the need of the hour during the COVID period. Okay, when the personal loss, the society loss was so much to deal with, and that's when I understood that the importance of being, to cater to your emotional wellness was so important. Emotional health is very much in, it is the thing, the need of the hour to address it. And with menopause as a topic, it becomes more evident because as I see that menopause is not a disease, okay? It is not a disease or a disorder. It is a state in a woman's life where there is cessation of menses, where she does not menstruate for more than 12 months, and also she cannot get pregnant. So this phase that is there, the woman goes through various phases. The birth, then her first menses, then marriage, pregnancy, menopause. So it is the natural way of aging. It is the natural way how we all age, even men age. But here as females, right, we are going through menopause. That is, we are taking a pause in our life from our duties of reproduction and going towards a new phase where we are also dwelling within ourselves, giving more importance to our own self, our physical life, our physical body, our mental health. That is my take on that. So, first, most important thing that I regard is the awareness about menopause. Because many of them is like, Okay, 40 cross ho gaya. Now you're 40. Oh, now you have to start with your menopause now. So it is going to start. But many of them are not even aware what is menopause. They feel menopause has just begun, but actually no. Menopause has just begun. It is not yet menopause. It is a perimenopausal phase that you are going through. And this is a transition. See, whenever we are going towards a transition, we require more care, we require more support. And that support, if we are expecting it from the society, but foremost, it becomes necessary that we expect it and we fulfill it within ourselves. That we give that support to ourselves before expecting it from our husband, from our family. So, awareness is the key. When you are aware about what is going on in your life, physically, emotionally, half the thing is done. You don't know why are you feeling so hot nowadays. You don't know why are you, just being irritable the whole day, whereas you really wish to be happy. Happy moment just crossed, but before it, enjoying it, what happens? Oh, irritation. So that you have to be aware of that. This is normal. Okay, this is normal because in your body estrogen level is, and then again, then so this is like coming up and down of estrogen, is progesterone, is making, there's a lot of things happening in your body. The physiological changes that are going through in your body, the bone density, it's more prone to osteoporosis, fractures. Then depletion of estrogen and progesterone may lead to various things, the mood swings, okay, sleeplessness, the physiological changes of dryness of vagina. You're feeling more itchy, more wrinkles on your face. So this is what is your body preparing towards menopause. So you have to be mindful that, yeah, this is, I'm going towards a beautiful phase. That as one phase comes, it ends, the another transition comes, another phase starts. So this is how your body is naturally going to take a pause from your menstrual duties, from your reproductive duties. That's my take. And what will really help is homeopathy has a great role in that, because many a times during counseling, what a female requires is to be heard. It's to know that, okay, I am going through this, but there's someone to listen to it. Because what normally family does is they like, ha, iska to roz ka hai." This is a routine. Like, yeah, she again started. Because they own have their own challenges. So a role of homeopath here is to listen, is to direct, is to counsel that, yeah, see, this and this changes are going to happen. This is what is happening and this is what you are experiencing. So be patient with you, with yourself. And with homeopathy, not even your emotional as well as physiological, the physical changes that are happening, even that are taken care of. Because with menopause, okay, your prolapse of uterus and other, the pelvic muscles, they loosen. So there are even physiological changes, physical issues that cropping up. Even your breast muscles, there are changes in your breast, there are changes in your whole body going on. So to support that, you can visit a homeopath, you can counsel, you ask for their counsel, your expertise, your medicine. And this will really create a overall a holistic view of how to bring that changes within yourself. Okay. And with the holistic healer part, which I love more, because since I've been practicing holistic healing, I'm into Reiki, access bars, then journaling, gratitude workshops, mindfulness, Ho'oponopono meditations. So I've been exploring myself, and what I found is there are three stages to healing or cure: awareness, then steps, okay, to take forward from that awareness to the transformation, and then there is the real change that's happening. So half the thing is that awareness. So with awareness, with this more awareness about what is going on, when you are being patient with yourself, right? So that is where most of the things are, tackled, because okay, I'm going through this phase. I am having mood swings. Let's just take me some few moments within myself. Let's just do some deep breathing and just relax myself. Let me do EFT, the emotional freedom technique, and let me resolve the emotions that I am feeling right now. I may be feel abandoned because I'm not heard. I may feel I'm not worthy. I may feel that, oh, why is this happening just to me? And then with gratitude and the mindfulness, when you are being grateful to your body, okay, let me just tell you this gratitude has amazing results. Okay, because what you are doing is you are really tackling your emotions, okay, from the lower emotions of hurt, anger, irritation. You are moving ahead to the higher emotions, that is love, great gratitude for yourself, patience for yourself, kindness for yourself. And we all know what is the manifestation technique. The vibration that you vibrate at, it manifests that reality. So when you're vibrating at the higher vibration, let me tell you, you are more able to cope with these situations and elevate your own emotional frequency and bring that changes inside your body. And the journey of menopause will be very beautiful and very smooth. As we all also know this, that the experience or the way we take forward our first menses, the first time when we find out that, oh, I've got menses, that experience can lead to many things ahead in our menstrual journey, in our female reproductive journey. The same way how we take care of our emotion and physical needs can smoothen this menopausal journey too. So yeah, yours me, Dr. Sonal Jain. If you wish to ask anything more, else I'll just go on.
Uh, this has been really nice, actually. And you have been talking a lot of aspects in many, many ways. And I think that really touches the heart of a lot of women when we discuss about um, how that stage has to be celebrated. And it's not more about getting depressed from your side, as you pointed out, and it's a kind of a celebration. In many countries, people celebrate meno- menarche stage where the girl starts to menstruate because it's a reproductive life. But then uh, on the parallel, I think this also must be celebrated because it's a transition of an individual again to another phase of life, which is yet beautiful, and which doesn't even finishes up a lot of stuff. From a homeopathic physician point of view, I would like to know from you. A lot of women have got a lot of health problems, and that's what the basic issue is. Health problems in terms of hot flushes, health problems in terms of cramps and not having periods, hot flushes along with anger, anxiety sometimes, and also with the balance of, as you said, the calcium and vitamin D3 levels with osteoporosis and stuff like that. And apart from that as well, a lot of women also experience different kind of mood swings that they have. So, what solutions does homeopathy provide for these people? What kind of like clients come to you, and what are their basic issues, and how does homeopathy restore it? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So yeah, all these physical symptoms and the mood swings, the anger, anxiety that you've mentioned. So there are a lot of patients who have different kinds of combinations in them. For example, someone might feel hot flushes, but do not want to fan to be near. They just want naturally to be cool, or would like loosened clothes, or would like, just to be not to be touched. So there are specific combinations, the specific medicine, okay, remedies for particular case. So in homeopathy, with case taking, what we do is we narrow down into different symptoms that the person has. So first thing is case taking, the counseling. When you are heard, you are more aware than the insight that we give to the patient that, okay, you are experiencing so and so changes are going on in your body. And according to those combination of their symptoms, what we do is we ask them to have the dietary changes, the inclusion of more calcium-rich foods. The nature has the estrogen in its own nature ways. Like for example, the flax seeds are there. Then there are fruits. There are vegetables. There are a lot of other stuff that has naturally estrogen. So we ask them to change their lifestyle if they are smoking, if they are having more of alcohol. So first that changes are to be done, the dietary changes, the lifestyle changes, together with the medicine. So that is how these get tackled. And various ways, for example, anxiety and all with homeopathy also we can ask them to do breathing exercises. Okay, with homeopathy, we can ask them to do meditation or some relaxation therapy. So even that goes well. So homeopathy is such science that can blend with any and every other modalities, okay, to have that totality effect. And there are
Hmm.
various remedies like I said, sulfur, then there's phosphorus, there's the sulfuric acid, sepia, murex. There are many that have different, I would say, peculiarities of what type of person is coming to you. Whether they have really difficult menses, whether they have physiological issues like dryness of vagina, which is too dry, whether they are
Hmm.
constipated, whether they are diarrheic with it. So according to that, we finalize the medicine and we give according to the constitution plus many times acute remedies for the acute thing. If the person is too uncomfortable, then the direct action, the immediate action is to be provided. So the tips with homeopathy is also the lifestyle changes, exercise routine, small walks in the nature, with journaling, meditation, even yoga, you all together summation. Because see, as a woman, we are not just our body, right? As a human being, we are not
Yeah.
just our body. We are collection of our experiences. We are collection of our emotional body. We are so
Hmm.
many things together at one time. So only one
Hmm.
thing won't just help. There is going to be the holistic approach towards it. And first of
Yeah.
all, assure your patient that this is not a disease or a disorder. It's a
Hmm.
natural way of
The natural
aging.
stuff. Yeah, that's very nice. In fact, we have one of the views from our technical director. He's been talking a wonderful thing. It's very important to think about the men's perspective and their responsibilities when they love their partner.
Yeah.
And then in that case, what practical steps can men take to support their partners, family members, or colleagues going through menopause, both emotionally and physically? What
So
is your point on
the
that?
so the word menopause has also
Hmm.
men. Oh, pause. Take a pause.
Hmm.
You too take a
Hmm.
pause. Okay, understand your female, understand your partner. If she's complaining, you also be aware, okay, this is the stuff she's going through. Let me just
Hmm.
hear what she has to say. If she's irritable, okay, I'll just hear it. And then when she calms down, present your point of view.
Hmm.
Sometimes maybe you are
Hmm.
too, even you are in that stage. That's okay, but you also have to take, okay, I also have to take a break here. So, yeah, so this is also the men's responsibility to support and to also know more about menopause. See, as females, as we are going through menopause, even they are going through aging. It is not like just we are going through menopause. There are changes in
True.
them too. As we all become pregnant together, it's the same thing. We all age
Yeah.
together.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
yeah, so men or pause, it's like pause for both of them to be more, I wouldn't say understanding, I would say more aware of each other. Okay, what they
Hmm.
are feeling, what they are going through, just to be a ear, you know, or listening ear or listening aid to them, and to really know, okay, if it's difficult for them during, sex, during whatever the situations that they're going to be patient, evaluate, find out more ways
Mm,
of how
mm,
you can cope with that, how you or both together can age beautifully with love, with understanding, with awareness, and yeah, enjoy your life. That's what we are here for, right?
yeah, that's very right. In fact, let's have a joint question. I would like to ask Alexandra as well, and then we can have your point also, Dr. Sonal. Um, Alexandra, most of the time, because of lack of awareness, men mostly think um, that there's a lot of change in behavior, or there is a lack of support that a person feels personally, a woman feels at that time, or the that the female is pretty irritated all the time. What, according to you, as a well-being consultant, do you think is important for the family and the partner to understand on so psychological and emotional basis, to convince each other for a healthy relationship to pursue further? What's your take, Alexandra? And then we take up the point from Dr. Sonal. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita. Thank you, Dr. Sonal, for it's not an introduction. You just gave an overview and so many layers and aspects of this specific time period that is very, very special, and it can be very valuable connection point for the family, for the partners, and for the society as a whole. I think you touched so many things that I would like us to go deeper in, like especially like the rest, like the night sleep, the dreams. I think that all gives us a lot of information. And as you said, I think awareness is more important than understanding, because sometimes we can't understand because we're not as educated as two of you or experts. So we really have to accept that somebody is going through something that we can't understand, that comprehend at the moment, but to accept, be aware that we don't understand it, but we have chosen to be with that person and to support that person through difficult times, because it is difficult. So I can say first from personal point of view, and then as someone who's trying to help others. And I definitely learned the hard way, because although I do myself yoga and meditation and all of that, and I teach, there's also genetically, I started very early, like after 40 years, I started with perimenopause. So my period stopped when I was like 45, 46. But still, there was a lot happening in my body and my mind that even I, aware of that, I could not really influence it much. But I did use a lot of homeopathic and osteopathic methods. I lived in France at that moment, and they're very open to that. And it's very accepted and very obvious to go to homeopathy there. It's like very common. While when I was in England, that was not that common. And here in Croatia, that's like, it doesn't exist. I could not find any homeopathic doctors to help me or that I can recommend to my clients here. So my menopause, perimenopause, it was really a disaster. My personal journey was absolute disaster. And one of the reasons why I signed divorce papers a week ago, because it, the relationship was anyway a little bit fragile, but that period of like almost 8 years, 5 to 8 years that was dragging from my life, that change, it was really taking toll. And because I was also focused always on giving, and I could not really explain to my partner very well, and he was not very, open to all of that. It became a burden. My mood changed. It's like, I really tried. I mean, I really do my best to control it, but sometimes I just could not. And I tried to explain, sorry, it's not me, it's not personal, it's just something is happening. And as you said, like hot flashes, like so many symptoms. I think I had everything when you were talking, check. I had everything. So that's why I really think it's I can understand. I can even like see when someone comes what's going to happen because of their like a genetical heritage and like lifestyle, because each family or each country has kind of stereotype. So I can recommend certain things that helped me personally, and then what I saw. But this is definitely first and foremost is like talking and being honest, because I also hid my symptoms. I was not open about it, although I would recommend it to others, but I wouldn't do that. I still felt, kind of embarrassed and, ashamed. And it's not like something that people talk about it in the office or friends or, in family. So definitely, I would always say that openness is really important. After what doctor said, awareness, you have to be aware of your own symptoms and then find someone who will listen to you, even if they don't understand, but just to listen to you and to look for help. I looked for help when it was really very late, also, for certain symptoms, and I did not really do it on time. So I would definitely ask male partners of our women viewers to ask questions. Do you have that? Are you okay? How about this? How about that? Like really be proactive. Don't wait for women to say, because women, we are givers and we will often neglect our own needs and like not voice it out. So be proactive.
Alexandra, very useful tips you are sharing, and we're going to continue in half an hour again with you. Just before we go, Alexandra, we had a homeopath perspective from Mumbai, who is a holistic healer. What we are going to do, Alexandra, stay around. We're going to come back with you in about half an hour. We're going to remain still into India. And now we will have an Ayurveda expert. She is an expert from Pune, who has been part of Healing Our Earth as well. So from general perspective, from Western person in Croatia to person in Mumbai, from homeopath person and holistic, we move to a multi-expert again into Pune in India to Vaidya Kulkarni. Before we go to her, Sonal, what is the best tip you will, Alexandra mentioned very clearly that the partners are very important and male maybe need to be educated and don't wait. So those men who are listening, don't wait for your woman to complain, maybe proactively ask them. What tip will you give, Sonal, to men to understand menopause?
Yeah. So nowadays, internet, social media is full bloom. So many of the men are actually knowing, I would say knowing or read somewhere, right? So don't just watch those reels, also get aware that, okay, as you are approaching that age, so is your partner. So open communication. And also if you see, okay, that certain symptoms she's not doing well, so I would say just, enroll together in some yoga or a retreat, or do some activities together. Okay, right? Go for a holiday together, understand yourself, and that's when she'll open up to you. And if at all she's not opening up to you, as you are also this aware person now, or knowing that, okay, this is the phase that's going through, this is what she is going through, just have patience. You can also start guiding together. So all those steps that are there that involve each other together. Communication is the key. With awareness, as Alexandra said, communication is the key. If you're and in maintaining not just about the menopause, in every relationship. So you have to communicate.
Sonal, you are
That is,
reiterating also what Alexandra said. Openness is important. Do
yes,
maybe things jointly together so the
yeah,
man, look,
do
after all, you
together.
are either in love with your partner or at least you love them. They may be the mother of your children. They are with you. Why not be compassionate and try to understand? And it could be that the woman just doesn't know what she's going through, so she's not able to tell you.
Yeah, very much. Because you're not all women know what exactly they are going through. They just are so much, I would say, tortured by the symptoms that are going within. that they are not ready to look outside. But then you take her, towards that healing. You take her towards that awareness, that transformation. So that is
Sonal,
how it is.
Sonal, stay around,
Yeah.
Sonal, so that
Okay.
we discuss further. We want to go to Pune now to our expert in Ayurveda. She's multifaceted expert as well. So stay around,
Sure.
Sonal. And Kumud, Shirley, Kumud will be with you in a
Yes.
while. You can make a quick comment, and we want to go to our expert there. You can make a quick comment, Kumud, and stay around, and we'll discuss with you at 3 o'clock. You can make some
Please
comment.
unmute yourself, Kumud.
Kumud, unmute yourself. Have a quick comment, and then you need to unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm 78, gone through menopause a long time ago, but my experience, what I had, a husband who understood me having periods and how terrible it is, and he was very sympathetic. But when I came to the menopause thing, I suppose when I didn't understand it too well, he didn't either. And so it was very, very hard to face that situation, and also that you have to be there for the husband, looking after them and everything. But I live in Germany, so I wanted to share my experience with you later, yeah?
So Kumud, stay around in about half an hour when Alexandra comes, and we are chit-chatting. We allow guests to chit-chat. So stay around, and if you could turn your video into landscape so that we can have more proper presentation over here. Stay around. We'll be with you in a while. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you, yeah.
So, Amrita, let's travel from Punjab into Maharashtra in Pune, and let's have our expert, Renuka Kulkarni, who is multifaceted, and she's very senior in Ayurveda field. She's been part of Healing Our Earth as well. So over to you, Amrita, and take it away.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much. Global Namaste, Dr. Renuka.
Namaste.
A very warm welcome again
Thank
to
you.
this episode. I think these
Yes.
topics are very close to our hearts, and then you being apart from the field of Ayurveda, running up such a successful Panchakarma clinic, and have a good practice of Ayurveda. What's your take on this? And you are yourself at the stage of all this. So please share with us your personal as well as your expert opinions over 10-15 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Amrita. To continue this discussion, I will like to add that the reaction of the woman is not the same at every time. She will react to the same situation in a different way because she is having different kind of hormones in her. The reaction to deal with a woman is not a simple task for a man because she reacts differently. At the age of menopause, it is very different. So it is the task for the man who are married, and they cannot understand because they are having only one hormone, that is testosterone, and she is having multiple hormones in her. So, and at that age of menopause, there is a storm going through. She is going through the storm. So now I will like to like communication is the key. We have to counsel to the patient, and as good as her family also, her male partner also, because she devoted her life to you, childbearing capacity, and she is bearing the children, and then she is facing this problem, and it is not a disease, it is just a phase. And to make this phase very easy, we can share more and more tips on this. Let's start with the presentation.
Yes, please.
Yes.
That's a lovely presentation on menopausal care.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Amrita. And this is a presentation, just a small presentation because the time is very less. Yes, what is menopause? It is the cessation of the menses more than 6 months to 12 months, provided there is no pathological, physiological, and also psychological problem. in her. So I will like to add the psychological problem more, because I faced one while consulting. I met one patient, and she was high court lawyer, and at the age of 38, she suddenly ceased her menses, and she was not having the child also. So she rushed to our clinic, and while taking her history, she was a brilliant and dashing lawyer, and everything was in her favor. But at the same time, the case was against her, and she lost her that case, and she cannot cope up with that trauma, mental trauma, and she cannot take it sportively. And as a result, her menses ceased. And then again, giving her, taking her psychological factors in the consider, and giving her treatment, panchakarma, shirodhara, everything. And then she again started her menstruating normally. And then she got her child also. I met 4 to 5 patients who, due to the demise of her immediate partner or child, sudden psychological trauma, menopause was there. So this may happen in case of menopause. Now we will see what Ayurveda says. Acharya Shusruch says it is Rajo Nivrutti. It is said that Jara Pakva Shariranam Yati Pancha Shatah Kshayam. So Jara yani, I'm sorry. Jara, it is old age. Old age 50 to 55. It starts from Panchashataha, that is 55 years. From over the year of age of 55, it is said that she is now in old age, entering in old age. Pakwa. Pakwa is ripe fruit. I would like to emphasize on this Sanskrit word because it is typically used for a fruit, and that is right. You can easily observe in nature that it is having the wrinkles on it. It is sweet in taste. It easily detaches from the tree. Similarly, this description also we can apply to the Rajonivrutti woman, that is menopausal woman. And this phase is called as a Vata phase. So we have to see the what are the attributes of Vata. Then what are the attributes? And then while describing the attributes, Acharya Ashtanga Hridaya Sushruta chapter 1, 12th shloka verses Tatra Ruksho. Ruksho is dryness. To encounter this Ruksha Guna, increased Ruksha Guna, one has to, the patient should eat more and more unctuous food. That is, she should add ghee to her food, use more and more cheese. Then she can use extra virgin olive oil in her diet, because she's having wrinkles over the body, skin also, but inside the body, there is tremendous dryness. So we have to consider this dryness. Then she can use butter also, but ghee is the best she can use. Then omega-3 oil she also can use. Then food that is freshly cooked she can use. To for this Laghu Guna, that is easy to digest, she has to eat the food that is Guru in Gun, that is not easy to digest, and it will increase her earth primordial element in her body after digestion. For example, we can advise her, counsel her to take the food that is more and more having earth primordial element, that is dry date powder, or that sweet in nature, unctuous and sweet. Then she is having the sheath, that is coldness in her palms and feet also. So she has to rub dry ginger powder on her palms and feet. Then to encounter this khara guna, khara, that is roughness of the skin, she has to apply oil on her skin. Skin is also a seat for vata. So application of oil on her body will reduce and will slow down the process of aging.
Renuka ji, if you can hear me,
Okay.
are you sharing your PowerPoint, because the screen is stuck with just introduction?
Okay. I'm sharing my product.
Okay, so there is no change. It's still the same screen all the time, introduction. Either you can switch off so that we can see your reactions, and or if you make sure that the PowerPoint is functioning, okay?
Okay. Thank you. Then after finishing this slide, I will move to next slide.
Yeah, so there is it
Yes.
still the same? It's
Yes,
still
it
the
is
same
still the
slide.
same slide. Yes, I'm describing the attributes of Vata dosha. Then, so for that, we are on Sukshma, that is micro level. So one should eat macro, that is which will attribute more and more a macro. Then Chala Guna, that is from moving here and there, you can easily observe she cannot focus on one object, that is Chala Guna is increased. So she should not travel more and more. The overthinking is there. You can easily observe all this. Then we have to arrange the diet and regimen accordingly. Now, moving to the next slide. Yes, in woman, I said you that journey of the womanhood is not so easy. First of all, she is in childhood, the kapha dominant phase. You can easily observe a baby girl while playing. She will play with the dolls. She will prepare. She will play the drama, and in that drama, she will prepare different kind of recipes because she is having the extra exclusive capacity of bearing the child. In Ayurveda, it is described as prasava dharma charini. So it is in her psychological, mental, and physiological, and also body, feminine characters are there. Then after that childhood, finishing the childhood, she will enter in the menarche phase. That is a pitta. Pitta will start into role. The pitta, you can easily observe due to global warming, the age of menarche is coming earlier. Ideally, it should be up to 12 to 16 years. But nowadays, due to exposure of social media, knowing all those sexual things, very easy, they can observe. Then, due to not genetically, they don't eat the genetic, they eat to genetically modified food. So the changes in her body become more prominent, and the menarche, age of menarche is becoming earlier. At this age, her conversation with her mother is very important, and all these phases need a good doctor or vaidya who will counsel her in each and every phase as a friend. Oh, this phase is vata, this phase is pitta, and you should eat this, you should not eat this, and she should talk to her frequently for this, and she can take the consultation also, because every phase is not so easy for her. And if there is no menarche up to 16 years of age, her mother should took her to the doctor, because I met one patient just now. She was 21 years old, Ayurveda first year student, and she was not having menses. She not started the menarche, and on sonography, she got that she was having the uterus, endometrium, but no cervix at all, and no vagina also. But as a result, at the age of 21 years, she has to undergo the treatment of hysterectomy and again vaginoplasty. So it is the mother's role is important in this case. Then comes the menstrual fertility phase. In this phase, pitta is more dominant. So pitta is more prominent. Then perimenopausal age. Perimenopausal is a different thing, and I will like to focus on this and postmenopausal phase, because she cannot, she cannot accept the fact that her menses are irregular. Sometimes they will come in 10 days, sometimes there will be 2.5 months also, and if there sometimes it is heavy and sometimes it is less, so scanty. So she should be always prepared. She cannot plan for travels. She cannot plan for important meetings, abroad traveling, or any family get-togethers. She is always stressed of these things. Then comes the postmenopausal phase. So, what are the general symptoms regarding the menstrual cycle? Because the Dr. Neil Kumar gave me this subject that I have to speak on this subject more. Irregular cycles with or without excessive bleeding, sudden cessation, gradual hypomenorrhea, and gradual oligomenorrhea. If there is excessive bleeding, one should advise her to take more and more astringent nature food or decoctions. You can easily advise her to take black coffee, a shot of black coffee, then astringent rice water, then nakeshar. You can advise her, so the bleeding will stop. But here, instead of going for hormonal treatment, hormonal replacement therapy, Ayurveda is having the fantastic solutions for this, overcoming this phase. Then you can see the physical, physiological, and psychological symptoms. The physical symptoms are obesity. Suddenly she will start having the deposition of the fat on her abdomen, belly, then skin aging. Here she should exercise daily, but it should be half of her exercise. Exercise should not be for the burning of the calories. I met one patient, she was from Encinitas, she was 65 years old, and after eating, she was running for 5 miles in order to burn the calories. But at that time, she cannot digest her food easily. Here, consultation and counseling is very important. Then skin aging. Skin aging is a major concern. Many women underwent the Botox therapies or some cosmetic surgeries. But a simple trick is that you should apply the available oil on your skin towards heart from the bottom and around the belly. And after that, don't use any kind of body wash or any kind of soap. So there will be a protective layer on your skin. Instead, you can use Trifala Churna as a scrubber or Upton, that is for Udvartan. It will demolish the fat underneath the skin. Or if you are living in a hot, if the weather is hot, you can use the sandalwood powder with rose petal water and apply it on your skin. So otherwise, red lentil powder and skimmed milk also, and a pinch of turmeric. It will be useful for increasing the fairness of your body. Then thinning of hair. She will hair fall starts tremendously. Then less hair on head and more on face. And it is a very awful situation one has to face, because she loses the confidence while speaking on the camera also. So sagging of the breast. Then there should be a massage of oils, and cupping therapy also gives us good results. Dryness of the vagina. For overcoming this dryness of vagina, there is a fantastic remedy for this dryness of vagina. There is Uttar Basti, that is a patented Uttar Basti instrument prepared by our clinic, and one should use this to there will be unctuousness, there will be no pain during intercourse, and it is the key for conversation and everything. So to overcome this dryness of vagina, one can use the Uttar Basti treatment also. Then there is a hoarseness of voice also, voice changes. Then she's having the hot flushes. She should avoid the spicy and heat food. Then she may feel that there are many sleepless nights, joint muscle aches, weakened bones, osteoporosis develops. She always feels that she is having the fatigue, palpitation, osteoporosis, urinary changes, digestive changes because food is not digested easily, excessive sweating, because she can wake up in the night or at the night also due to this excessive sweating. Then cold extremities and loss of libido. To overcome this loss of libido, we have to give her medicines that will increase her interest in the sex also, and it will encounter that, overcome that dryness of vagina. Psychological factors are also there. She cannot cope up with this phase. Sometimes she feels very, very depressed. Mood swings are there. Then irritation is there. Trouble focusing. Mental fog is there. Low self-confidence. I remember one patient. She was a gazetted officer and she was directly reporting our Prime Minister, respected Modi ji. But at this phase, by overcoming this phase, and 1,000 people, staff was under her, working for her. But when she visited our clinic, when she was walking, her husband took her with support, and she cannot walk 2 steps straight. And we gave total complete treatment as a Basti, Shirodhara, counseling, and internal medicines that will increase her self-confidence. And after that, she danced beautifully in her daughter's wedding. And she told me that, oh, my doctor, madam, this is due to you. I said, no, it is Ayurveda, not me. Then how to deal with it? You can eat warm, unctuous food, skimmed milk, ghee. If ghee is not available, you can take unsalted organic butter and boil it and prepare a ghee. Add tulsi leaves to it and prepare ghee also. The diet that will be having high protein also, broccoli, cauliflower, asparagus, kale, but you should eat it after boiling, because it will be after boiling, Agni Samskar will be there, fire element will be activated and it will be easy to digest. Flax seeds having omega-3, so one can prepare chutney from flax seeds. Tulsi seeds will be, you have to soak the tulsi seeds half teaspoon at night, and she can eat in the morning, because it will overcome her heat in her body. Here, by understanding the heat, the main culprit is Vata, not Pitta, but it takes the Pitta from its place and to the skin, and she feels that there are hot flushes. So here you can advise her tulsi seeds, brown rice, fruits, black raisins. Here she feels that she is having constipated. So you can advise her black raisins with seeds. Soak it 10 to 15, 20 to 25 at night in water, and chew it in the morning. So it will be easy for her to pass the stools. Then dry fig, almonds, and also different kind of porridges. Then lifestyle changes, she should do the yoga and exercise. Different kind of yoga are very, very useful to understand this space. You can advise her to do butterfly, Vajrasan. It will, after eating, she should eat in Vajrasan for 10 minutes and it will pass the gases. So neck exercise, that will be helpful for her. Surya Namaskar, because it is a complete pranayam also, and it gives hormonal balances to be in everything in balance. Then she should do Naukasan. It will give pressure on her lower belly, and it will be useful not to use, it will not allow to deposit the fat on her lower belly. Then Tadasan for balancing her body. Then Ardha Vajrasan for the low back exercise. Parvatasan and cycling in the bed. That will increase the blood flow towards the uterus. Then she should practice daily meditation, then pranayam. First, she should do Kapalabhati, but it should not be excessive Kapalabhati, not for half an hour, because we are not yogi. It should be a 10 to 15 times Kapalabhati. After that, you can perform Anulom Vilom and Dirghashwasan, that is a long breathing, deep breathing. And after that, one should be the focus. Brahmari pranayam is also important. Then she should take proper sleep. If she is not having the proper sleep, she should use nutmeg powder with water and apply it on her forehead for proper sleep. She can use yoga nidra for proper sleep. Then one can advise her to take a hot milk and with turmeric for proper sleep. These are different kind of foot massage is also helpful for proper sleep. Then what is the treatment protocol? Here in India, we advise her to take the Matra Basti, that will be that will delay her aging process. Uttar Basti, that will overcome her dryness of vagina. At the same time, it will not allow the shrinkage of ovaries. It will delay the process of aging of ovaries also. So the overall process of aging delays. Then the Shirodhara, it is a medicated oil treatment on her forehead. It will help her to all the hormones to balance, and at the same time, she will experience a deep sleep also. So it is a unique specialized treatment of Ayurveda. It is Uttar Basti. It will encounter the dryness of vagina, for loss of libido, for fibroids, endometriosis, adenomyosis. Adenomyosis is nothing different than it is a Vata Vishay. All these are having the Vata. So, but Basti Chikitsa is half treatment for Vata. So to improve the overall uterine health, she will not face the problems of like endometriosis, adenomyosis, shrinkage of uterus, and to improve the uterine health. For Rasayana Chikitsa, it is used. So it is a unique design for painless procedure without any complications. It does not require any OT setup. It is pre-sterilized and pre-filled also, and it is easy to use. It is we are having the patent of this instrument just in last month only we got this patent, and it increased the success of treatment. If there is a repeated IVF failure cases, increase the endometrial receptivity, we can easily advise her to take this repeated cycle of Uttar Basti. And in I said it that in menopausal woman also it is very useful. I think my time is up now. So thank you. If you are having any kind of questions, please continue.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka. This is nice. Can you please tell our viewers, because globally people are joined with us at different partner channels. So, what basically is Basti? And when you were talking about Vata, so what is Vata? What is actually happening from the perspective of understanding all this and what it has to do with menopause? Could you please tell our viewers what all is it about?
Yes,
thank you.
It's a very nice question, because I will like to elaborate more. Because as a child, she is facing the kapha. As a fertile age, she is having in a patta stage, and when she is facing the menopause, tremendously she is having vata. And vata, to balance this vata phase, Basti treatment is advised, and it is half treatment. It is described in Granthas that it is a half treatment, Ardha Chikitsa, for the Vata people. So in order to overcome this is Basti. And in menopausal woman, we use, like enema, we use this Basti treatment through anus. We have to pass the simple rubber catheter, and 50 to 60 ml of medicated oil is entered in her anus, but it will not cause loose motions, but it will pass the gases. She will not feel constipated. It will allow her to gas the passes, and bloating will be less. And this is the chikitsa. This is the treatment.
And this is with the medicated oils. What kind of medicated oils are they?
Yes, different kind of medicated oils are there. Chandan Bala Lakshadi, if she is feeling some kind of hot flushes, then if she is having the hard stools, you can advise her Chincha Lavan Tel, Matra Basti of different Sahacharadi Tel. And after giving this, you can advise her Uttar Basti. It is entered through vagina, and it directly enters into the uterus and fallopian tubes, and it helps to stop the aging of ovaries. So the function of dryness of vagina is less, and she will increase her interest in sex again. So this process is slowed down after Uttar Basti and Uttar Basti.
So basically, this Uttar Basti is of medicated oils or medicated herbs that are present in Ayurveda, that are recommended in Ayurveda. That's what.
Yeah. It is of medicated ghee or medicated oil. As per the patient, as per the constitution of the patient, at the age of patient, it can be used in a different way. So medicated, and it is not a case of it is 3 to 5 ml of ghee or oil, medicated oil. And we have to enter it in the external os, up to the external os of the cervix, and we can push it in directly into the vagina. So it will increase help her to receive the endometrial it will increase the endometrial receptivity. I repeated IVF cycles are there. If fibroids are there, adenomyosis, endometriosis, she is having the problems. They can be easily solved with the help of Ayurveda. This treatment.
That's amazing. In fact, these kind of herbs, they have their own role, and a lot of recommendations have been given on this part to understand the role of utilizing the herbs in the form of oils or decoctions, or in the form of the medicated ghee, clarified butters, which are given directly through that route to the body, which helps in preventing all these issues. What Dr. Kulkarni has said, we have been discussing about the menopause and the modern menopausal issues in relation to that. So a lot of things can be substantially reduced at the local level, where we can use the local applications, and emotionally and mentally counseling, as well as Shirodhara, where a medicated oil is poured on your forehead. It calms you down, it relaxes you, and it's a nice rejuvenating part of it that can be utilized. Thank you very much for such a useful input and giving us an insight from the Indian perspective and Indian medicine system point of view to know more about what is menopause. And this is an instrument that is used for Matra Basti. That's what it is. So it's an instrument that is used for giving medicated oil or medicated clarified butter to a patient, which is of use and do wonders of the job. So
yeah, it is a Uttar Basti instrument. We have to enter it in a cervical os and allow the oil to enter in the vagina. And another one is for Matra Basti. There are two types of Basti. This is for Uttar Basti, and we are having the patent of this instrument.
Okay, that's great enough. Thank you so much for joining in. Please stay around. Thanks a lot. And yes, it's time to move to Croatia with our well-being expert, as well as our episode producer, Alexandra. Alexandra, you have been listening to Dr. Kulkarni for such a long time. What is your take, and how do you find what all things she recommended from the perspective of Indian knowledge system? Thank you. Kindly unmute yourself. Alexandra, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was very informative. I know it's such a short time, and you have to present the whole science of a couple of thousands of years in just a couple of minutes. But you scratch the surface of this wonderful ancient healing art and science, and I really wish more people had access to it and also knowledge about it. Because what I see in my country, Croatia, people just go for the drugs, for the medicaments. They come out of a drugstore with like bags of different medicaments that really don't match together, that really destroy health and have so many other side effects. Some might be useful, but they really have to be really properly observed, the effects of those medicaments. And if they would have an access to such wonderful ancient methodology, I think it would help the quality of life. I mean, not just women, but the whole families and societies and communities so much.
Yes. And it is the aim of Ayurveda to become healthy society, to prepare healthy society, and next generation should be also healthy, having high intelligent quotient. And it is the aim of Ayurveda and also our clinic.
Thank you so much for for these insights and also the guidance and advice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alexandra, any questions if somebody has, can write on the chat box and can chat as well. Thank you so much. Alexandra, we have Kumud with us from Germany, and she herself has passed through all that stages, and Kuma, do you have any question from Dr. Renuka? And you wanted to share your insights as well, your journey for the menopause, and also talking about how you have taken the help of homeopathy and how it has helped you over. So, yes, please go ahead with your experience.
Yeah.
So, Alexandra, let's listen to her first and her story with that.
Yeah.
Over to you, Kumud.
Yeah, I think what we just heard about Ayurvedic, this is just amazing. And the amount of knowledge Ayurveda has is something that nobody else has it. And I am so sorry that it's not been, we have not had chance to learn more about it. And, being a multinational person with German, English, Indian all together, I'm open and I want to learn more and to pass it over to the others. Now, I live in Germany and, like for the last 47 years. And I've had this menopause there. And I was going to say my husband was very, very understanding when I had my period and he felt sorry and, I'm going through that. But when menopause came, there was no understanding. He couldn't understand, why my moods weren't right. And so it was a challenge. I had to go through it myself. And also you had to satisfy the family, do the best for them. So it's double the effort. But it all worked fine. I feel healthy. Like I said, I'm 78. And, do yoga. I want to learn more about all different cultures. And what I have experienced in Germany was they have good herbal teas, and that has worked well with me because I went to a homeopathic doctor. She was a friend, so I had gained a lot of knowledge about her knowledge passed to me. So I used all the homeopathic stuff, and also in Germany, and also in a lot of European countries, we have herbal teas, and we have special ones for menopause, and that's worked quite well. But the Indian knowledge is beyond all these things. What I've just heard in the last half an hour, I would want to know more. Is so much interest in there, and I want to spread it to others here. And I hope you carry on spreading your word.
Yes. Can you hear me now? Yes.
I can, yeah.
Yeah. I'm conducting some classes, online classes for women health. If you want, I can send you the more information about it, and
Yeah.
you can give it in your society for the better life of the different women. Because I
Yeah.
said it because she needs a different kind of help. From
Yeah.
menarche to menopause, and she needs a friend like a woman or she who is having the understanding and who is facing the same problems, and
Yeah.
there should be a woman who is knowing all these problems and who is traveling through all these phases, and so it helps all women. So definitely you can take contact, and we will talk for it more and more.
Yeah, that I find it good. And also, being at this age, you are a grandmother, you are a mother-in-law, and I want to pass it on to my sons and also the grandsons to say it's a different knowledge you have to find out. And I think, my children and grandchildren are very open to it. I mean, if I would start, they would just listen to it. They will not ignore it, but I don't make it too long so that the curiosity is there and they come back for it when it's necessary. So now, you don't know, how long you're going to live, but this knowledge I want to collect and
It
pass
should
it
be,
on.
yes.
Yeah.
It's a very noble job you are going to do, giving back to society. One of the students, she was 85 years old, and she want to do this Garbha Sanskar class for her grandson. And she gave all the treatment to her girl child and daughter. And as a result, she's having a very good grandchild.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, if there's no knowledge from you, we can, even from us, we can't pass it to the next generation. And so the
Yes, yes,
ignorance will stay. But when there's already all that, if I can collect it and pass it, awaken them to other things, look
yes,
at other
yes,
ways. So, but
yes.
you have given a lovely lecture, I must
Oh,
say.
thank you, thank you,
It
thank
was
you.
amazing for me. There was so much to
Yes,
learn now. I'm very
yeah.
curious. Thank you.
Thank you,
Kumud,
thank
you
you.
can share your contact number in the chat box so that we can have an access to it as well. And I think Dr. Kulkarni, we have a question for you from Lata from London, and she's asking, what does Ayurveda recommend for cold hand and feet and extremities? And if
Yes,
the female has it does it anything has to do with the menopause or what can be done? Over to you. Thank you.
thank you. It is the main culprit is Vata. So we have to balance Vata. The simple remedy, home remedy, you can easily order from Amazon, dry ginger powder, and you can rub it on your hand and feet. And avoid to use your hands and palms and foot in water. So excessive use of water will increase Vata. So you have to be aware of that. Stay away from the
Hmm.
water.
I
This
see.
simple
So,
remedy helps a lot. Yeah.
okay, applying a dry ginger powder in your hand and feet
Yes,
will help
only like a
you
face
in.
powder. You have to rub it like a face powder.
Okay. So applying that will help you in taking away up the cold extremities of your hand and feet, and also protect yourself from cold in that situation. So thank you very much, both of you. Alexandra, it's a wonderful episode as we are moving forward, and as we have a good diversity of people and experts in their own grounds who have been talking about the perspective of what best can be done for menopause. Let's move on to you and talk and share more about all this stuff. And I think in many places, in many parts of the world, it's also a taboo where people, um, many women are afraid to discuss about all this stuff, and they think that something wrong has happened, or even the what will people say, or the society will say, or what my partner will say about all that thing. So in that way also it needs a lot of emotional care for an individual. What have you to say about it?
Yeah, this is like a good question, and it's not easy to answer. I think, Dr. Amrita, thank you so much, but I don't dare to it's very complex. And I think what Kumud just said, like in Germany, in some Western European countries, I think it's much more available to deal with issues like that. On many, there is more holistic approach and more education. And even in kindergartens, I think children learn already. When I lived in Germany, it was really children learned about all these biological changes, about their grandmothers, their grandfathers, the mothers. It was like very, very interesting how different countries deal with transitions in human life, even death. I mean, we don't talk about it. We are like scared about it, but it's like we are all dying every day, and we don't talk. We don't teach our children that it's happening, and it's going to happen to the dearest ones, and to the pets, and to the people around us. So I think this stigma is always an issue. When something is like hidden, mysterious, unknown, then there is a lot of prejudice around it. And that's why I think Healing Our Earth is an amazing platform where we talk about different topics and have different experts to talk from different aspects of that topic or theme. So what we just learned is such a vast knowledge. And so it's so practical, just like taking ginger and rubbing into your feet and your palms. I had a problem with restless legs, and I didn't even know that was restless leg syndrome when I had my perimenopause. And if I just had a little advice or support, I could have had more sleep. I could have been more productive, a better part of the community, of my family, also, better person to myself, having self-compassion, self-care, and self-love. So I think that knowledge is really important, acceptance, having less and less stigma, and having open platforms like this where we can discuss it and we can just start kind of scratching the surface of this huge topic that's happening to half of the population directly and then half indirectly.
Yeah. In fact, that is what the lack of education, lack of awareness in an individual, and the more I think we will open up, the more we'll be able to address it. Let's have a quick question from or comment what Kumud has to say. Yes, Kumud, what have you to say? If you can please make your camera landscape, it will be good for us. Landscape is in the view you can see us. So if you turn your camera,
okay. Is that better? No.
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 You just turn up your mobile the other way around.
Yes.
Yes, perfect. That's perfect. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
We've talked about knowledge given. Now, one thing which happens very, very, a modern way of everything is when a young person is having a baby and the father and the mother, they go on this course of having a baby and what you have to do and everything. And I thought, oh, very nice. But there's other aspects in life. And I think we need to introduce that as well. This fashionable thing like, the couple go for these special classes and then how to feed the baby and then, what the mother is going through and the mother is feeding and everything. But for us, furthermore, what happens is also something where I think the family needs to go together for a group session. And we talk about, dad going through problems and grandma going through problems or mommy's going through problems. And I think that would be quite good.
Yeah. That's a good idea, in fact, to carry up with. Yeah, as I told you, it's like celebrating one part, so it's important to celebrate the other part of it, because celebrating something gives you a recognition of an ideology. And I think many of the countries worldwide, I have seen a lot of rituals, and when I was in Japan, I also remember there's a particular ritual on that for the menarche. So this is like an important aspect that can be shared and put forward. Moving forward, Alexandra, would you like to say something more on the retreat that you have planned up, which is going to take place from 8th to 15th of February 2025? And in fact, this is related with the celebration. In fact, Kumud, you can also be a part of this retreat, celebrating the part of your journey of life at this level. And it has no age limits, I think. Isn't it, Alexandra? It's not just for the young people, it's for everyone. Practicing yoga, meditating, mindfulness, and breath works, and guided nature walks, and everything. So, yeah. Over to you, Alexandra.
It's called menopause, and as Dr. Sonal said, it is a pause, and therefore I also use that word for all the retreats that I will have throughout the year. Pause to love. I think this is really important to start with. Pause to love yourself, pause to love the other person that is next to you, and then everybody else. And then we go with pause to breathe, pause to meditate, pause to walk, pause to write, pause to read. There are many different things in our lives that are just like constant going. And I think what I needed, and I did not have permission just to pause. I didn't give myself that permission to pause. So therefore, I learned the hard way and from my mistakes. So I want to really help others to walk with them through giving themselves just like 7 days to learn new habits, like how to breathe properly, how to maybe communicate to the person that is next to you without judgment, and just like really listening. But also, like Dr. Sonal said, it's so important, even if we don't understand, that we just listen. We just listen and accept other person's emotion or point of view, even if we don't agree or it's really not like easy for us. So she mentioned also mindfulness and yoga. So every day we would start to meditate, and then we would do yoga, and then we would have a nice brunch, and then we would have free time, and then we go for a walk, either the beach walk or forest bath. There is like a lighthouse. We walk through the forest to the lighthouse, get like a thalassotherapy, like the waves and the salt from the sea just like they wash everything away from you. So it is opposed to that everyday lifestyle, and you just go from A to B and rush home and cook and dine and wash and then start again the next day. So pauses are important, even for people who can't come to the retreat. I'm preparing like a 12-month long online support, like a wellness integration. But even without attending my retreat or any other retreat, it's like you can do a retreat for yourself, even if it's like a minute retreat, even if it's 5 minutes, if it's an afternoon retreat. Retreat is also you retreat from the society and everyday busyness, and also you treat yourself. So that can be really anything, like Kumut said, maybe sharing her stories and her knowledge with her grandchildren. It's some kind of treat for them, you know? And she's also retreating from being like this very active outwardly lady, but she's sharing her knowledge. It is so precious. And often because we kind of put older people in some special places, so it's lost. There is no this connection between elderly and the youngest parts of our society. So I think this is really important, that people communicate through generations, through genders, about the topics that matter, like health, like love, like even differences. I think we just really need to have spaces and time dedicated to that either in a relationship or in a society at large.
So, Alexandra, what is the climate going to be during the first retreat in February? Of course, it's near Valentine time. What kind of weather is there in Croatia?
I could show you now, just like rotate my, it's still warm. I mean, I swam a week ago, and I think I'm going to swim again. It's like not summer, but it's very, very mild winters, and the springtime is the most beautiful. So usually, I mean, the temperature, I think the water temperature is like 18, 19, and this is like the coldest that it gets. And the weather is really mild. So there will be a lot of opportunity to do that, or just like take some time for yourself, because all the retreats that I organize are just, the program is the invitation for you. It's not you have to do everything, whatever is there. It's just like you choose, just like there is a buffet where you go to get to the people who prepare dinner for you. You don't have to eat everything. You choose what you really need at that moment. And if they are your friends, they will not really mind, even if you don't eat anything, because they just appreciate your presence. So this is the same, like people can come, they can go for a swim, they can go for a walk, they can hire a bike. There are a lot of historical monuments here. They say Marco Polo was born here, and so there are a lot of tours about that. It's just like a nice area that I decided to come also to heal from my own journey, and then just to share that, what I learned, with others.
And the beautiful part, Alexandra, is that Croatia in 2024 has actually positioned itself as a year-round destination. So it's become such a wonderful destination. It's shot up in the media coverage as well. And it's so beautiful. And of course, you know Croatia very well because you trek there, you go on holidays, you live there, you've got a nice place of your own as well. And so when people come and they land into Croatia, what kind of hospitality they can expect in Croatia when you compare to to states like Florida or Spain. How would you rate Croatia as?
Yeah, I would say that we are pretty simple, like really simple people. We just like to be together. We like to eat. We like to dance a lot, and we like to joke. And we have kind of a very direct sense of humor. There is like no sugarcoating. Like when I came home, like to visit 3 years ago to my hometown, all my friends, high school friends, the first thing they said, "Oh my God, you're so fat." So it's like very direct, you know, it's like, and nobody gets offended because it was the fact. I really gained a lot of weight and nobody made fun of me, but they just said, "Oh my God, you just gained so much weight," but in really like a very direct way. So people are sometimes like very straightforward. So it has to be kind of thing that you like. Sometimes it's too much for somebody who is not used to that because people are just direct and honest. And the food is delicious. The climate is wonderful. If you like the sea, you have sea. If you want mountains, we have mountains. We have here bears and wolves and even jungles, places that people didn't go to, and even the like caves and a lot of where I come from. It's the flat part of continental part of Croatia, so it's just like a lot of agriculture. There are many national parks like Plitvice Lakes and Krka. We have Zagreb that people fly to, or Dubrovnik that is kind of on the south of Adriatic coast. So yeah, they just said that Croatia is, I think, among 10 countries that were the most Googled in the world in 2024.
And Kumud is here. Actually, she traveled to Croatia. She drove there, and she had a good time. So, Kumud, you had good time in Croatia. When did you visit Croatia?
I think this was about 4 years ago, and I just decided to drive there with my niece, and we went to Dubrovnik, and it was lovely. And then we also went to some of the national parks, and the beauty, the nature that they have is most amazing. And you know, I've traveled around, but that was the part I enjoyed the most.
Well, and since then, Croatia has placed itself, it's actually the tourism industry has recognized it as a very good venue. So maybe now you've got a friend there, Alexandra. She's part of Healing Our Earth. She's a producer at Healing Our Earth and one of the lead at the Glow Women as well. So there is a women arm. So you can be in touch. Alexandra Kumud has put her number on the chat. So pick it and connect on a WhatsApp or Telegram or Messenger. Keep in touch. And Kumud, if you can keep in touch directly with Alexandra. She's a well-being wellness expert as well. And we'll be chatting to you again, Kumud. Stay around and we'll come back to you again. So, Alexandra, we'll talk a bit more about it. Let's come back to London over here, Alexandra. And let's welcome Kiran here. Kiran is actually a teacher, but more importantly, she loves social entertainment as well. She's an anchor, she is a model as well, and Kiran has her perspective of menopausal care. So a global namaste to you, Kiran, and how are you?
Global namaste to everyone. Thank you so much for having me on this forum. I'm just overwhelmed. I'm so delighted. I've got so much knowledge today and talking about menopause, because often this is a subject which is not talked about very easily, and we really need to be looking the other way. You know, we do kind of even feel that a product of menopause is also loneliness, because we feel we are not supported. But I'm so glad that we're talking about this right now. My take is, I would say it's me, no pause. So I would say if anyone who's going through menopause should just take a moment to kind of, focus on their well-being and take some me time, as rightly said before in the forum, that this is the time to reinvest in yourself and to feel that you have to look after yourself first. And obviously, friends and family should always be there to support. So they should also understand what women go through at this phase and, how they can help us. Self-help is what I'm going to talk about very quickly today. Number one is obviously, it's been covered largely, is exercise, meditation, deep breathing, taking time for a walk. And obviously we cannot, kind of regulate our body temperatures as well during this period. So taking supplements like magnesium at night can help us. There's a lot more we can do. We can have some good body massages, which can kind of, Shirodhara, as, it's been said before, Ayurvedic massages with Ayurvedic oils that can help us. And also having a very good support network of women helping women. I think it's very important that, we kind of have that and we support each other in this journey. I'm so happy this is a global platform and, we don't feel alone. There's so much support, there's so much love, there's so much knowledge sharing, and there's so much care. So thank you so much, Neil, for having me here. And I'm so glad I'm part of this platform today. And thank you for listening to me.
And so, Kiran, can you also tell us, for the men who are listening on the social media and partner channels, what tips would you give to men? What do they need to understand? Because sometimes women themselves don't know what they are going through. So how would you get the message across to men so they can start becoming compassionate and understanding?
That's a very good question you put out there, Neil, because I feel that specifically in our Asian community, there is a little bit lack of awareness and support when it comes to our spouse or partners. I think rightly said before that we should have some kind of, knowledge sharing discussions where, not just like women on the forum, but also their partners joining and learning more like we do for our, prenatal and, postnatal maternity. So there should be some kind of, I don't know if NHS can inculcate that and incorporate things like that, where we are spreading more awareness about menopause and how to support women, because it is all about an emotional roller coaster ride. And we can be our best, in a day, and in the same day we can be at our worst. So it's nothing to do with anyone. It's nothing personal. It's just the way our bodies are reacting. And we are also getting used to that feeling. So it's very important for people around us, people who love us, to know how to support us and be more kind and compassionate.
So you said our Asian circle. So let's go to Kumud over here once again, and she's in Germany, and she maybe is used to a mixed race there as well. And Kumud, do you find that the non-Asians understand menopause better than the Asian diaspora, is how Kiran says? So you need to unmute yourself. If you press the unmute, look, I'm prompting you to unmute.
So now I'm there. Yeah. Just saying about the family, I would say the family has to be aware of it. I'll give you an example, conversation with family, children and something. I had my grandson, I don't know if there's time to talk about this, but I said to my grandson, I think my bones are not as strong as they were before. And this 9-year-old boy said, we have to eat more calcium, you have to have more milk and more other products. That might help you, Grandma. So they are things that they pick up and they will help us. So, when I said, I've managed to do all this, electronic stuff here and there. And he said, you are great, Grandma. Not a lot of them can do it. Now, awareness with children and to communicate with them and to involve them with, whatever it is. You tell them, if If you got headache, maybe I'll rub your neck. But he passes on to somebody else. But then when I have got headache, he'll probably come up with his suggestions. So I think to communicate and have this time together as a family is an important time. And that is the therapy, I think. That's also to bring up everybody more together. And that should work. But not only, like you said, in the Asian family, mother has less to say because the men have that other power of managing money, whatever. But these days it's different. So even if, we all do the same and have breakfast or get together, but tell them, oh, I'm feeling funny and I don't know why. And they will come up with ideas. But if not, they find out more and they even be prepared to tell you more. So
Kumud, what you are
get
saying,
everybody involved.
so Kumud, what you are saying is don't keep it to yourself, even if you don't understand. Try to share with others. Who knows? They might come with some ideas that you haven't thought of, or at the least, they will understand what you are going through. So then it helps there. And Kiran, you like that idea that, we should get everybody together. And so just before you make comment, Kiran, let's go to Lata and see how she has tackled menopause and what she thinks on menopause. So Lata, global namaste to you.
Global namaste, Neil, and the whole platform here. So, my experience has been that I don't know, I've sailed through it. I didn't even realize I didn't go through anything really as such, but I had other things that were going on, which I wasn't aware of, but I don't know. I didn't get all the other things that women get, but also the therapy that the GPs prescribe, the HRT. I think it's quite contradictory to what Ayurvedic does, which is stops aging, and the HRT actually increases aging, doesn't it? I think the women that go on it, they try to help their hormones to balance out. And in fact, it actually has some side effects such as aging. That would be a question for Dr. Renuka, because that concerns me quite a bit, because it's not fair to expect women to, rather they're coming to balance their hormones and stop the aging process. So it would be nice that if Ayurveda was more freely available as an alternative therapy under NHS, because then women don't have, because there's so many demands on a woman's time and energy when she's older, because she's got older children, then they've got to go to unis, and then they want to get married, and then the demands of grandchildren. So in that process, it would be nice to support the women through whatever therapies out there and give them an open book to have choices. That would be really an ideal situation. And hopefully we can, attain that and reach out for it. I think we can achieve it. So that's what I would like to see more of, and more discussions, obviously, and educating the men and the children, so that we can also help our generations that are coming along,
So Lata, you like Ayurveda more, and you understood that, and maybe you said we need more education. Alexandra, you have been in London and other Western countries. Do you feel that the Western men understand women better than, because you've got Asian friends as well? Do you feel there is a difference in men's understanding on menopausal or women's hormonal moods?
From my personal point of view, definitely. First of all, there is no this emotional intelligence even to talk about their own feelings and needs and concerns. So it's very difficult then to listen or ask about someone else's problems, challenges, if you don't know how to do it for yourself. And I think, as Kiran said, it's really about these like self-care things that we can do for ourselves first. And I just haven't seen that many men joining, for instance, like yoga classes without so much prejudice. Only once they tried and they've done that, then they experienced something, so they continued. But there is just like so much stereotypes, so many stereotypes, and yes, unfortunately, I do see a divide there in this kind of emotional and social intelligence. But also, I would just say it's about also availability of information, maybe.
And Alexandra, there's a question from the social media. Ayanda, she's from South Africa, and she seems to have maybe done a study on menopause, and she reckons that the African women go through menopause at earlier age than the Western women, and therefore they suffer longer or earlier than other women. And they don't have much choice, because in Africa, you just have to get on with it. If you are in rural area, the husbands treat you differently. I suppose that, yes, maybe it's a point that women should discuss, because there are forums in South Africa, and there some of them are part of Healing Our Earth. Maybe we should tackle that, particularly Seema, who is dealing with menstrual cycle and the pads. It would be nice to take a project, because if South African women on average are 3 to 4 years earlier than other nationalities, then maybe they're having a longer span of mood spans or something. And Kiran or Kumul, any experience about African women? Do you have any idea?
No, I was born. Sorry, I have to unmute here. Just a
Yes,
minute.
we can hear you.
You can hear me. Yeah, I was born in Kenya and grew up there till I was 20. And, that time, having periods and everything, the women were, the younger girls hadn't much knowledge about everything. And so they had to find their own way. So, and then there was maybe they had to go to a mother to ask about it, but there was no knowledge at all. So at that time, with children, what it is like today, I don't know.
And
But
not only was there not a knowledge about it, I think the women were almost made to
suppressed.
feel like they are outcast during the periods or something. But menopause again is a different
Yeah. And so now from there, I would say, because I haven't lived there longer, so I would say that their hormonal cycle and everything would be a bit different from Indians or even Europeans. I think we are, different nationalities. We have different genes. So I suppose that's different. I think that is another thing we can discuss and find out, what is it like for Germans or people from Europe, people from Africa, people from India, and then of course all this lot in England who are background Indian but live there, children are born there. So I think we need a big discussion about all that as how we are genetically inclined.
So obviously, from what we understand, and of course, women understand better because they go through it. Men can pretend to understand, or maybe they can understand the theory of it. Every female does go through menopause, some very lightly, some very heavily, some just don't know that they've gone through and just don't know about the moods. Kiran, what tips have you got, or how did you handle your partner? I mean, were you open? Are you open? You're still young, so maybe you got a lot of things to experience as Kumud has gone and passed it and now have got more wisdom on it. She doesn't look, but she's over 70, but she doesn't look it.
Wow.
But Kiran,
Yeah, 78. But
yeah,
Oh, wow.
78. So she doesn't look it because she's got positive outlook. Maybe her experience as sharing is very useful. So Kiran, how do you plan as you go and experience more and more? What are your thoughts? What tips would you give to people?
I must say, I'm very lucky that I've been into teaching here in the UK, and because I like to teach everything, I do, get to know a lot of information about women, about men, about religions, about genes, about countries. So I have a wealth of knowledge about so many things that I'm easily able to kind of, duplicate that information at home with my son who is 19, with my husband. And I'm lucky to have that wealth of knowledge to share, which is global knowledge, because I was born and brought up in India, and I've lived half my life in India and half my life in the UK. So I kind of bring everything together diversely, and it's amazing to see, people who've really done well, my peers, like, um, you said Kumuji 78. It's amazing. I can't believe it. She's amazing for her age. So I do have a very good circle of friends who are 70 plus. So I have a group which I have younger friends. They are in their 30s. But I have older friends as well. So I love to combine all the knowledge from all aspects and diversities of life and age groups. So I teach teenagers. So I do love to get everything together, and I do like to use that information for myself, for my generations to come, and for anybody who is, who's connected with me. I love to share it as well for the greater good. So that's my tip, that know yourself when you're going through this period. This shall pass, and you can enjoy it because there's no more periods, and that is also a kind of relaxation. So take it positively is what I would say.
So that you just outlined bit of benefit, that out goes the worry about menstrual cycles, in
True.
comes bit of different moods, so it's good. And Kumud has actually shown that live even at 78, she's now able to talk about it without getting harrowing experience. She obviously went through some motions about it. We'll go to her again. And Kiran, stay around. We're going to come back to you again. We've got more people that we want to talk to. So Kiran, stay around. We'll chit chat again. Kumud, stay around. We'll be back with you in a moment. Alexandra, let's go to Dr. Barbara Kobika over here with her perspective of this, because it's so nice that different nationalities, different people, different age are sharing their knowledge to us. And then we'll chit chat with Barbara, Kumud, and Lata and everybody, so we get more idea. And men are enjoying. And just while we are talking about it, those people who are listening to us in East Africa and South Africa, it seems that the local African women, the origin, people who are local over there, they do seem to be slightly ahead in getting menopause. So maybe it's a subject that we will talk. But Alexandra, let's welcome Dr. Barbara, the smiling doctor over here, and let's see what she has got lined up for us. Over to you, Alexandra.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kiran, for that insight as well. And so maybe we can just introduce also Dr. Barbara Kubicka with also that different background. It brings a lot of diversity to healing our earth. We come from different places on the planet Earth, but we are all here supporting the planet Earth, supporting each other, supporting women, supporting families. I was asked about the emotional preparedness of men to support us through the menopause or through the life challenges in Croatia or in Western Europe. What are your experiences, Dr. Barbara? You come from Poland originally, but you lived in different parts of the world, France, now England, many other places. So
good afternoon. First of all, start with saying hello. Thank you, Alexandra, for having me here, and thank you for this beautiful introduction. I would like to introduce myself briefly. As you mentioned, I'm a medical doctor specialized in aesthetics, but I've always a very holistic approach to beauty and aging as well. And when I started 15 years ago, subject of menopause was not present in aesthetics at all, and it's never been even mentioned, even in my studies. It's never been anything that's been addressed, which is actually shocking. And but what is great over last, I would say, and I initially introduced that part as well to the clinic, bioidentical hormones, and it hasn't been popular at all. But I have to say that over the last probably 5 years, it's been a very open discussion, which is amazing change and a huge improvement. And it's global. It's wherever we go on conferences, we have the sections for women going through menopause from the point of view of skin and health and hair, mostly the issues that physically we deal with. So it's more like it's more from the medical side. When it comes to emotional side, obviously we see those ladies, women who go through the change a lot and hear all the concerns, but it's not something obviously that I would directly address. We can just support them in the process. You ask about men, their awareness. I think UK is great in that sense because women are very vocal and they speak a lot about this. So I think men are aware of it, but there is element of it's two sides. On one hand, yes, there is awareness of it, but I don't think there is understanding or real support. It's a little bit, it's dismissed or it's being cynically commented sometimes. So I think it's a subject that will have to be addressed over a longer period of time and understood better. But as well, I think as women, if we understand each other and if we support each other, I think we don't require so much support from the other genders, so much understanding. So I don't know whether I answer your question, Alexandra, but
yes, thank you.
I feel like yes, there's still a long journey, and even in I planned it's kind of coming in the in focus. But even in terms of medical doctors, obviously, fortunately, there's more now female doctors specializing in those subjects. So there is more understanding, I guess, of that. But as well, I think men slowly are more open to understand and talk about this. One very interesting fact, I don't know whether you discussed about that we humans, or we women, we are the only mammals, but only whales have menopause. No other animal go through that biological change. And it actually hasn't been a problem 120 years ago because our lifespan was more or less the same as the life up to menopause. So it's almost like our body, it's not catching up biologically with the changes of a longer life, but it's finishing in the sense of obviously of a reproduction. So it's something that and then addressing the comment about women in Africa facing this issue earlier, if what I understood what you said, it's because obviously with less stress and more healthy lifestyle, we extend the time when menopause comes. So therefore, there is a slowly change in that aspect of our biology, but it does take long term to adjust. So I think there's a lot that we have to face in understanding and as well in making that transition easy. But then as well, from the medical point of view, there are many things that we can do to support the process, to make it easier, to make it easier to manage or even prolong the time, like a premenopausal, so it doesn't affect us in the same way. So those are those things that from experience I can add to the subject. And obviously there are many things that from the point of aesthetic medicine or dermatology we offer to support women from the point of view of physical changes, like skin conditions that are worsening during the change of hormonal balance, like rosacea, which is the redness of the skin, has a significant flare-up, and as well can create a lot of distress on the top of everything else. Adult acne, again, it's more premenopausal, where hormones are changing and the levels are fluctuating, and obviously that again contributes to self-worth or confidence in women. Pigmentation, that's another big subject, especially with the melasma, where the darker skin types or mixed skin types, where it's actually becoming really a huge problem and difficult to deal with. So those are the things that we know how to manage, and we know how to either prevent it or improve it when it happens, which is great. And then we have obviously the next part of the problems that are connected with hormonal changes, like hair loss. So again, the supporting that, because again, it's another added stress to already stressed body that going through the massive adjustment, and then all those extra things, they give another reason to feel not so great about yourself, and makes women even more withdraw or ashamed. Actually, I think the worst is this shame around it. That means that you are not a woman anymore, that you cannot be attractive, that you cannot be beautiful, that your time is finished, you're expiring, and it's devastating. So it's amazing that we can talk about this, and amazing that we can offer things to help, and it doesn't have to be actually so dramatic or drastic. One more thing that over the last couple of years has changed as well, it's changing, supporting the metabolism in women. So the change, for example, the weight gain, in that aspect, where before that was a huge concern for women gaining weight. Now with technologies that, like, for example, MRI laser, which is just a metabolic, it's not an invasive procedure, it is a light that helps to kickstart metabolism, and many other treatments. But this is as an example. We have now more and more technology that helps not even go to the stage of weight gain and then having to correct it, but we can actually prevent it and make women again more empowered in this time, rather than feeling overwhelmed and down about all those single elements that are getting worse. And obviously from the anti-aging point of view, with the treatments but dryness of skin, thinning skin, again, there are many things that obviously we know that certain treatments maybe don't last so long, or they are not as effective during that time because of the jump of hormones. But they are more and more products and companies that understand this, so they bring a different product that can adjust that as well, which again is amazing, because we have more tools to help women, to help each other with this process. So I think from the Western point of view, because it's where appearance is so important, and especially in the public eye or in corporate environment, women environment is ageist. So it's amazing that we can help women to feel that they have still a role to fulfill, and that we can make them look that they fit in, that they are still part of active life. And I think that's from that story that I initially said about the menopause being close to the end of life in, let's say, 120 years ago. Now we have extra 40, 50 years that we need to stretch and feel. So hopefully with time, our body will do magic and everything will change. But at the moment, we have to help it in some way to stay current, to be part of it. And we have as well in the clinic, a lot of postmenopausal women who look amazing and are very active. And as you said, it's just like it's their way of being didn't change. So it didn't became a defined factor in their life.
Yeah, that's exactly, I think, what also happened to me when I came into the menopause. Like I really we talked about like the good things about it. You just like, you don't have period anymore. You also become a bit older and wiser. You don't care about other people's opinions on your appearance. You just have a couple of priorities that really you take care of. And I used to joke always, it's like a kindergarten now, because I feel like it was like a rebirth. It's like a new birth. Once you finish that cycle, you can now become who you always wanted to be. Like, I mean, Kumud, 78 years, I can't believe this, it's just amazing. And so this is I just feel like I'm in I'm just starting now. I don't feel my life finished at all. I just think now it's just starting, but the way I want it, not anymore by all these conventions and all these expectations that I had from myself and others.
And Alexandra, pretty soon we will be having more 75-year-plus women on Healing Our Earth as we move to America with Sharon and Connie and Maureen. They're all over 75. So we'll get more knowledge. But Barbara, you in your talk mentioned about losing hair. And people have started sending comments on social media. That is a very important part, because when it comes to aesthetics, which is what you are an expert at, hair loss for a woman is not something very easy, because the beauty of women is their hair too. So they would like to get some tips. So first, let's remind people, if you wish to visit Barbara's website, it's quite exciting. She's also got an exciting project called Project Bathing, the Bath Project, but it's to do with bathing, and she'll tell us more about it. And if you want to visit her website, is Dr. Barbara Kubicka, Kubicka, kubicka.co.uk. We're just going to quickly show you and share you her website.
Or even easier would be the Clinic B. I think that might be .com. So
this is the .co.uk one, which is where you are. And it's quite exciting. Barbara has got a different range. She is qualified as well. And she practices here in United Kingdom. I believe, are you Polish originally?
Yes, I am.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
So it's very good that you're here. So for those who want to know, so Barbara, people want to know about hair loss. Now, what an important, so in menopause, do women actually lose hair?
So it's the drop of estrogen and progesterone. In the hair, most progesterone, actually, then estrogen changes the cycle of the hair. And the hair initially they become weaker, and then they can be quite dry and breaking, but then after that they actually shed, or they don't grow back with the same speed. So and depends obviously on the way the hormones are in everyone has we have different levels and dominating hormones. So obviously for some the process might be slower, or some might be more like happens over the sudden, and then obviously depends on the top of this level of stress, which is a big contributor with cortisol as well, so and steroid type hormones. So that affects women a lot. So, and as you mentioned, that for women, hair it is like a crown. It's like it's kind of finish of our look, or our it's part of a beauty. So it is very, very distressing, and I actually feel like that's something that it's not so maybe discussed with in public, because we feel like it's again it's connected with women. It's like it's socially so indoctrinated that women should have a long hair or strong hair, or and if you don't, then you feel self-conscious, so you don't want to talk about this. There are many things that one can do on their in a home, in themselves, in terms of choosing the products, reducing the chemicals, obviously all of those things that we can have. The scalp massage helps a lot because it helps with circulation, and the simple, like you can buy things like a tiny little roller, or like micro needling device on the internet. There are quite a few of them. You don't have to be big needles, but like 0.2 tiny thing that using helps with circulation as well in the scalp. And those things can be, like I said, it can be a home management that actually does something good. Some people start minoxidil as well. It's something that it's mostly, like, for example, Regain used for men and male pattern of baldness, but alopecia, but because as well it is connected, the loss of hair, it's connected with testosterone in women.
So Barbara,
works as well.
Barbara, stay around, because when it comes to hair, a lot of women want to know about it. And maybe in a while, just in about 15, 20 minutes, if you come back, and maybe if you can give what you feel could be a good diet generally, because different ethnicity can take different things. Earlier, we had Dr. Renuka, who prescribed ghee, I think, Alexandra, that she thought it was good for the ease of it. Barbara, stay around. We're going to come back to you. Let's just go to Dr. Shobha here, and she's a researcher who is based in the University of Sheffield, I believe. She's here in United Kingdom. And from what I gather, she's co-leading a project looking at how communication about menopause can be improved for the South Asian women. Now, although it is South Asian women, I'm sure she will have common tips for other nationality. So let's welcome Dr. Shobha Dawson. Global namaste to you, Dr. Shobha. How are you?
Namaste. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on wherever you all are. Thank you so very much for having me here today. Really appreciate it. So if it is okay with everyone, I'm going to share my slides. Is that okay, Nell?
Yes, you're welcome to do that. You are a co-host. As long as there is no copyright matter on it, it is your own.
Yeah, it's all my own work, so we are
perfect. Let's go and share it, and then we're gonna chit chat with others. We are having really interesting conversation. Men are learning about women, and women are sharing about tips. Go ahead, share your presentation.
Yeah, okay. Can anyone, sorry, I'm trying to do this in
we can see
presenter mode. I'm not able to do that in presenter mode for some reason.
So we can see your slide, and now there are plenty of slides.
Is that better? Can you see it now?
Yes, it's full on now, improving communication about menopause. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. So, what I'm going to be, I'm only a doctor because of a PhD, so I'm not a clinician at all. Just putting it out there because I know that today has got a mixture of different individuals giving you different bits of information and advice. So, what I'm going to do to begin with is start by talking about a small project. So, the idea for this project actually came from the community in itself. So this was when I was based in Bristol, which is a small city in the southwest of England. For this particular project, I also worked with colleagues in Oxford and Kiel. We each looked at different topic areas and different populations. But for the purpose of today's presentation and discussion, I'm going to be specifically talking about the work that I did. So this was specifically with women from South Asian background. So when I say South Asian background, that includes mainly women from India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. For the purpose of this workshop alone, the project will include other groups as well. So I'll come to that in a second. So essentially, as part of this workshop, we wanted to do multiple things really. One was we wanted to identify what healthcare research priorities mattered to this particular group. But we also wanted to use art as a way to support the inclusion of these individuals because they are often missing from research as such. In addition to the women being from an ethnic minority background, we were also interested in looking at other intersectional factors. So this was including things like deprivation, socioeconomic status, education, whether they could communicate in English at all or not as well, so that we could provide a more of a holistic picture as such. So on the day of the workshop, we had 11 women in total. We ran the workshop in Hindi, Urdu, and Punjabi because there were multiple speakers who communicated in different languages. So I specifically was there to facilitate the discussion, but also help and support the artists in case they had any queries at all. So the student artists would listen and ask questions if they had anything for the group. They also made rough sketches and noted topic areas of interest, which they could capture in the artwork as such. And subsequently, they shared an artwork based on the priorities for research. And draft artwork was shared electronically with members of each of these communities to ensure that we reflected their concerns and priorities as adequately as possible. So with the South Asian women, we talked about both menstruation and menopause. This is a topic area, it took a lot of gentle teasing really to get them to actually talk about it because of the nature of the topic area and the taboo attached to it. No one really wanted to talk. So after a lot of coaxing, women opened up and talked about it. So in terms of priorities, two things came up. One was communication about both menstruation and menopause. The second one was specifically around the education and support for women to engage in these discussions as such. So it's all well and good. We found this out. So what? So what we then did was we went back, sat in front of our desks to see what evidence is actually out there in relation to both menstruation and menopause, in relation to education and support and communication in itself. So what we then found out was there was quite a lot around menstruation, but hardly anything around menopause. So again, we worked with women from those communities, plus also Nita and a couple of others who are Nita, who's in this call as well, to develop this idea further. We applied for some funding through the National Institute for Health and Care Research, School for Primary Care Research, basically, and we are currently working on this particular project. I'll give you more information about that in a second. So as you can see, these are the three pieces of artwork that the students produced. The one on the left side is around menstruation and menopause. The other two are from the two other projects. If you're interested in learning more about the study, we do have a paper published talking about our own experience of doing this work. So before I take you through the study, just want to give you a little bit of a background in terms of what the situation around menopause actually looks like in the UK setting. So menopause, as we all know, it means that, your period completely stops. And this specifically, in terms of the diagnosis as such, they consider that you are menopausal when your periods have stopped for 12 months in total. So in the UK, this essentially occurs in women aged between 45 and 55 with an average age of 51 years as such. Sometimes the symptoms of menopause can last for some women for up to 15 years after they have, reached menopause. Of course, it's a combination of both physiological and psychological symptoms. You have heard some of the things already from different speakers. Some other symptoms include hot flushes, vaginal dryness, incontinence, weight gain, both cognitive and mental health problems as such. Also, those who are postmenopausal are at higher risk for other conditions like osteoporosis, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, depression, etc. Of course, the impact of the symptoms go beyond the physical and psychological aspect. So, for example, it can also pose challenges when you're transitioning through menopause in terms of your own identity as such, or how women perceive themselves, or their experiences both at work, their personal relationships, and how they experience their social roles as such. Government initiatives and strategies such as, for example, in the UK, the Department of Health and Social Care, Women's Health Strategy for England, and also the Women's and Equalities Committee have recognized these issues very widely. So now that we know about menopause, what is the state of literature or evidence around communication aspect, specifically speaking? So we all know very well that there is a lot of cultural variation in terms of how we report the menopause symptoms in itself. And also, when you look at the evidence as such, we know that women, specifically those from lower socioeconomic status, are 30% less likely to be prescribed a hormone replacement therapy for managing menopause as such. We also know that there is a lack of communication around menopause, which can lead to negative expectations and restricted information that is available as such. So again, when you look at the communication side of things in terms of between South Asian women and healthcare professionals, we know from existing evidence that South Asian patients experience worse doctor-patient communication compared to white British population. However, you can improve these experiences where consultations are offered in different languages, or if you have a female doctor from a similar background, or when information about menopause is communicated not just by a female doctor, but also in a variety of different languages as such. But when you look at the literature specifically around South Asian women's experiences of communication about menopause, both amongst themselves and between them and healthcare professionals, not much is out there as such. So this is our study team, and that includes Nita, who is here today. We ensured that we had a researcher who was bilingual, so she was fluent in one other language apart from English. So thinking about the project in itself, so for the purpose of this project, when we say South Asian, it is a very broad terminology. So it includes people from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka as well. Because in the UK, when you say South Asian, these are the different countries that people from South Asian background come from. Project is divided into 3 parts specifically. First is a scoping review. So here what we are doing is we are looking at all the evidence available in the topic area of experience of South Asian women around communication about menopause, and we are looking at it from an international perspective. Once we have done this, it will give us a good idea and understanding in terms of what's out there, what's missing, where there are some of the similarities, differences, both within and across different groups as such. We'll then do interviews or individual interviews or focus groups, which are like group interviews really. We have already recruited over 40 people for our study, and we have done a combination of both interviews and focus groups. We are currently looking at analyzing this data thematically. So this basically means that you look for common themes that are coming out, where there are differences. If there are unique themes, like, which only particular people have raised, we are also looking for similarities and differences in terms of intersectional factors, which I have mentioned to you previously. So this will include things like your age, where you live. It'll also include things like education, whether you're first or second generation migrant, and also various other factors as such. And lastly, we intend to run a workshop and also disseminate findings. So dissemination is to do with, so what, now that we have findings, how best to share them with people. So in the UK, we also do something which is popularly known as patient and public involvement. So this basically means that we engage with people who have got lived experience of that particular condition or health problem. So for example, when you look at the research team, I'm not menopausal just yet, but I can talk about experiences from that of my mum, my gran, etc. But that's basically it. So it's well and good that we research this topic area, but we still don't have a good idea and understanding about the condition in itself. So that's why we have got Nita and few other public members who have got lived experience of it, who can then help us shape the topic area in itself. So for example, in terms of what sort of questions to ask in the interviews, focus groups, what sort of outcomes we should be thinking about prioritizing, etc. So we meet, all of us meet regularly. They are part of the research team as such. They have also helped us review documents in the past, and they also support us in terms of recruitment, analysis, etc. So one of the key aspects for this study was that we wanted to ensure that we make the research as inclusive as possible, so that everyone who can potentially benefit from this research study has the opportunity to participate in it as such. So we ensured that we had people with lived experience involved right from the get-go, really, because as I told you, the idea came from the community in itself. Again, we worked with people from the communities to work with us in terms of shaping the idea, to get the funding, and also throughout the project, we are working with them. We also have all the study materials, including patient information sheet, which is what the PIS stands for, is available in different languages, including easy read format. This essentially means that we have pictures with simple text underneath it. This means that those with limited proficiency in English, it is accessible for them also. In addition to this, we have got audio recording of study materials in different languages as well, and we are taking verbal consent rather than just sticking to written consent. We also have a small reimbursement available to study participants, but our public contributors also get paid. Of course, the amounts vary because the purposes are very different. People get given a choice in terms of whether they want to do interviews or focus groups. We have multilingual field workers as such. So this includes consultant interviewers. So we have recruited someone who's a Bangla speaker. So she'll help us recruit Bangla participants. We also have a researcher who speaks Urdu, apart from English. I'm bilingual as well. I can speak in Tamil, so that means I can recruit people from southern part of India or Tamil Sri Lankans, for instance. And in terms of dissemination, we'll be using animation and workshops. So thinking about the recruitment strategy, we have got South Asian Health Action, so SAHA helping us with that. We are also drawing on existing connections. We are also advertising it through various other community organizations in the UK, and we are focusing specifically on areas which has got high proportion or high density of South Asian population. So those are all the different places in the UK, for example, which has got a high proportion of South Asian population. So in terms of dissemination, it's quite important for us to think about how we share the findings, who we share it with, how we do this, and where we showcase it. So we are ensuring that this is as inclusive as possible, including all the relevant individuals and organizations who can benefit from it, from patients to members of the public, their family members, carers, healthcare professionals, and various other organizations. Animation will include key messages. We'll also do voiceovers and subtitles in various South Asian languages and in English, and we'll put it in various health-related websites. In terms of the workshop, again, we'll ensure that we are as inclusive as possible, including all the different stakeholders. We'll share the findings with them at the beginning of the workshop, then ask them in terms of how best to translate them into tangible actions, really, so that it can be rolled out in general practice. Not everyone will be comfortable to share their views verbally, especially in group settings, and you have a combination of lay members of the public, participants with healthcare professionals. So we do offer them an option of writing it down on postcards if they don't feel comfortable sharing them verbally. We'll also have an artist who will produce a storyboard of discussions so that findings are there in easy, tangible format so that we can share it again with everyone. We'll have this workshop in a community setting. So currently, we are looking for participants, really, specifically those people who are living in the UK from a Sri Lankan or an Afghanistan background, because these are groups that we have still not very much made very much progress in terms of recruiting, or Nepalese and Bhutanese background as well. And those who have got experience of taking HRT2, because we know from the wider literature that not very many people from South Asian backgrounds are offered HRT, so we do want their experiences as well. So these are the groups that we are currently looking at recruiting. So if you do know anyone who meet any of those criteria and would be interested in taking part in the study, I'll put my email address in the chat afterwards. Feel free to reach out to my colleague Yamna. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the funder, and I'm going to stop here. Thank you so very much for this opportunity and for patiently listening to me.
Thank you, Shobha. That was quite interesting, albeit it was for South Asian diaspora. I'm sure there are some common matters that will apply to all the women on the earth. Today, we established that the African women come to menopause much earlier than the other nationalities. And particularly that you are in a lookout for Sri Lankan, Nepalese, Afghan, other non-Asians rather than just Indian diaspora. So that would be useful. Kiran, you can make a note, because Kiran, you are a teacher here in London. So if there are any women that you know from a Sri Lankan origin or Nepal origin or Afghan origin or Kyrgyzstan or Uzbekistan or those kind of areas, then you can connect with Dr. Shobha, who is connected through us from Kirit Mistry, who is the SAHA organization. Amrita, if you got Shobha's phone number, I gave you the number earlier, keep in touch with her. And talking about SAHA, which is South Asian Health Action, Nita is here. Nita, a global namaste, and you were listening. And thank you for South Asian Health Action for bringing Shobha as well. Your comments, Nita, so far?
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to join in as well. And thank you, Shobha, for explaining the project that I'm helping with quite well. So I won't talk too much about that project. I got introduced to the project that Shobha's doing via South Asian Health Action, SAHA. A very interesting project, I must say. I've been brought up here in this country. So if I had to go and see my GP, as I'm getting older, I'm getting less shy, believe it or not, as I'm getting older. But some of the things I'm learning also, although I'm inputting to the project about how the South Asian population, the way we talk about certain things, illnesses, be it effects of menopause, etc., is very different to how other cultures talk about it. So I'm finding that very, very interesting myself. And it's really helping me to share my experiences. I'm learning from the group with my friends and how to discuss them. So that's one thing. Sarah also involved in, we're looking at, we're helping Project Ulster Project, which is menopause and diabetes. So I'm part of that group because I'm a diabetic as well as having been through menopause. Again, something that you wouldn't naturally think about, but are there differences if you're a diabetic and you're going through menopause? Are the symptoms any worse? Are they any different? Are they very similar? So it's kind of things that we're trying to bring into the professionals' minds. If you've got other illnesses, other ailments, does that affect your menopause journey? I don't know the answer to that. So yeah, it's another way of looking at the menopause journey if you have got other illnesses that are long-term illnesses that you're dealing with. So yes, please, people that are on the group today, if you know that you can pass the message on about joining these specific groups, please do that, and let's help the future generations to come not suffer like our past generation, the women have done regarding menopause. Thank you for listening.
So let me
Thank you, Nita.
Let me introduce you to Dr. Amrita Sharma. She's the general admin at Healing Our Earth and also a senior anchor and a producer of episodes. Amrita, if you keep in touch with Kirit, who is in India at the moment, and the outreach that Nita is talking, because diabetic and menopause could have correlation. Shobha, although she is not of an age to experience menopause fully as yet, but the fact that she has taken this study with few of her colleagues over there will be very useful, particularly the South Asian diaspora, because the diet is different, the socioculture behavior is different, the stigma is different as well. So I think it's going to help so much. It will take few years because there is no pill for menopause, but there could be a way and a method how to handle it. So if you could keep in touch with Shobha and Nita, if you can put your number to Amrita. Kirit is a part of Healing Our Earth. She's a producer here. Let us find you some of the people that maybe you may not have, or at least let's share the knowledge that you guys are going to accumulate, because it will be very, very useful. Shobha, you haven't fully experienced menopause. Maybe perimenopause is your nearest subject that you might do in few years.
Still a way to go.
Yeah, so that's why I said in few years, maybe you will experience that. But what better than to start now, because you can start collecting data and educate. There is Kumud, who is here in Germany, who is over 75, as is Maureen, who is in Canada. Shortly we'll be visiting her as well. Maybe we will share some ideas.
Yeah.
And
Neil,
Kumud,
can I say something?
Yes, Kumud, if you know somebody in Germany or any other places who are of Sri Lankan origin, Nepal origin, who are in UK, then that will help. So any contacts you've got there in Germany, you've got contact in United Kingdom, then it will help of that diaspora there as well. Amrita, let's have your comment before we chit chat with others.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you very much, Dr. Shubha. That was a marvelous presentation. Well, because it was specifically on a specific topic. I had been hearing as a physician on a lot of other things, but then this is it's a very much required stuff, and what all things you both are doing, it's also remarkable. So, Nita, I'd like to answer your question that you put forward as a physician. Excuse me. I think. Again, this whole cycle of diabetes being related with the menopause and a person who's already diabetic and then is passing through a menopausal stage is pretty much dependent on the lifestyle as well as the cultural background, because that also has a very big impact. Though the studies that show the diabetic person having menopause is not having that much of an effect on the menopausal stuff, which may vary from individual to individual based upon the diabetic stage of what stage diabetes the person is having, and also upon the medications what she or she's taking, and also on the dietary lifestyle tips or things what she takes up, and also the mental upbringing of an individual. There are so many people. I think this study can be done in a various socio-economic sectors in the society, where at different levels you will find the same cases of people with diabetes, the women with diabetes having different issues. But yes, that one thing is definitely there. So after menopause, the problems related with diabetes, if you're not controlling it as a lifestyle and you're not managing it with the lifestyle things may trigger up with the cardiac issues, or maybe triggering up with diabetic nephropathy, or triggering up with neuropathies and stuff. So the range of stage of disability years of life may change based on all that, which might cause as a trigger at the menopause in a female's life. Rather than giving a symptomatic stuff, it might have a growth effect on that and how she has managed in her life. So all those individuals who have been on hormone replacement therapies with birth control pills for over a lot of age and then moved into menopause might show a different effect compared to the ones who have never taken that. Then compared to those who have been having a very natural lifestyle, having an organic lifestyle, based upon what kind of situation and socioeconomic conditions they belong to, also will show a market effect on the effect of understanding how the menopause have come to their life and how diabetes is being managed. And therefore, these lifestyle disorders may be hypertension or may be diabetes in all those cases, or any other issues in relation to that will be markedly diverse based on all these factors, which can be one of those critical areas that are important to be studied before we come over anything else. That's what I had to say.
Thank you for that. I think where I was coming from was sometimes the symptoms of not well managed diabetes are very similar, like dryness, loss of libido, change of mood. That's also connected with bad management of diabetes, when your sugars are high or too low in that. But they are similar symptoms to a person to a woman going through menopause. So is it the diabetes that is not controlled, or are they actually going through perimenopause? I don't know, because the symptoms are very similar.
Yes, because the insulin, as well as estrogen, progesterone, as well as these hormones that are released from the pituitary gland through the pancreas or through the reproductive system, has a very close relation. If you see, people with PCOD are basically insulin resistant. So basically, diabetes and estrogen, progesterone has a very close relationship. And that's why these symptoms are pretty much similar. So a diabetic person may also experience all these things, which are pretty much similar, which, as I said, may get aggravated at the menopausal stage. So if a person is really aware and educated in that part, this will help her to understand herself and balance herself in a better lifestyle modification for herself, to help her to know and understand what best can be done. So on one side, if I'm managing up with my hormones, with exercises, diet, meditation and stuff, on the other side, I'm also controlling my sugar levels. That will help her in harnessing her better well-being status on physical, mental and emotional basis. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So this is so wonderful that we are sharing information. Shobha, you can keep in touch with Amrita. Nita, you keep in touch with Amrita, and Kumud. And for those people listening to us on social media and the website, if you are connected and living in United Kingdom, maybe you can take part of this, or at least when you want to see the outcome, you can connect Healing Our Earth in a year or 2 years' time, where there will be more data being released. And Shobha, so what made you take part in something that is very far away in your life cycle?
So when we started the initial project, really, working with the communities, they just wanted to talk about diabetes, the topics that are discussed a lot commonly in research, and we just wanted to push them a little bit away from all that. And a couple of things that the community members talked about was issues around menstruation and menopause. And as someone who's gone through menstruation, and I recall that when I joined the call, someone mentioned, possibly it was you, who mentioned about how with menstruation, quite often women are isolated, culturally, the way you get treated, etc. Growing up in India, it was very similar for me in that sense. And on one side, you have, menstruation in terms of your early part of your life. And the latter part of your life as a woman, you go through menopause. And it's something I have heard my mom talk about a lot. My gran, on the other hand, never really spoke about it at all. So it was quite a natural thing to then just start focusing on it. And what people don't realize is it's part and parcel of being a woman, and it's a normal and a natural process. And there is nothing to be ashamed of, or there is nothing to be stigmatized about, really. Just because of the way things happen doesn't mean it's okay that it should happen in that particular way or should be seen like that. And also with menopause, people just go through that process without necessarily thinking about the fact that, oh, this is something I can actually go to the doctor and ask if I can get any kind of support for it or not. They just assume that, oh, it's a part and parcel of the life, really, that you go through, and that means you just put up with it. And you don't need to just put up with it. It might not have a adequate treatment in the most straightforward way, like you do for diabetes or for other conditions, but there are ways to still manage it as well. So hence, that's what brought about, really, in terms of working on the project. And as a researcher, I don't really have a specific healthcare topic area of expertise. I do more methodological work, really, and quite a lot of that includes working with different ethnic minority communities. So so hence here, and hence talking to you all about this. Thank you again for this opportunity, though. Really appreciate it.
And Shobha, that was a very good presentation. Kumud, who has been here since the start, has been listening as well. As Kumud, you saw the presentation that Shobha actually showed with our audience over here. And what is your comment, and what did you learn from it that is different in your journey? Because you have seen life even beyond menopause.
Yes. Now, with scientific background, being a biochemist and having married a husband who was also more in that field, there was a good understanding about the body and what was happening, and having a period, and husband looked after you well and said, make sure, you haven't got tummy ache or whatever. And yet when I said, when menopause came, I myself I was partly prepared, but didn't know what I was going to go through. But, the changes that came were a bit difficult. And you have all these other, we discussed what all things happen to you. And I had to manage that on my own and convince my husband that was okay. So it is a struggle, a struggle for a woman to go through it and then try to educate your husband, your partner, who will probably understand but doesn't understand it. So now that education is so necessary. So, when you're doing this research, these women can't talk about it. And also the other side of it was to be loved, caressed, and then suddenly, like you are not what you were before, and you have to explain why, to your husband, and it is difficult, So this, I think, it is more that the men have no idea, whereas they know you've got a period, so it's different. Or when you're going to have a baby, you're going to have different. But this bit is, both husband and wife has to go through this. And if the husband is there with you, it just helps everything. And it'll build the confidence in you. And this is what we need at that time, because confidence is missing as you go along, like, what's going on. The second thing we talked about was your hair loss. Of course, I started going gray before that, but I dyed my hair. So appearance was important, for husband to present his wife somewhere. But he was very, very pleasant about it. He was proud that I was there. But then this is something I had to manage on my own, to say, I am who I am, and I have to show my be more presentable and all that. So, yeah, that struggle is there. But it wasn't a struggle, because then at the end I thought, oh, I made it. Oh, I'm going to get on. And, I felt confident about myself. And I think that is an important part in our lives. And then now I come to this age and suddenly be talking about hair loss, and then, when should I start, not dyeing my hair? What happens to me? So that thing comes through, and then think, right, I'm going to be prepared, and I am still going to be who I am, be confident, and I'm there for everybody without any inferiority complex or any complex in me. And this is what's made me who I am. And I feel I am who I am. And, it's not suppressed my curiosity about things. And even today I've joined you. It was just a coincidence. I saw that on Arogyam, and I thought, right, I can always learn something. So there is this curiosity, and that keeps me going. And that makes me feel, there's so much more, and I haven't given up yet.
So,
So this is my story.
Kumar, talking about hair loss, because with the loss of hair or receding hair comes lack of confidence. With a lack of confidence and loss of hair and the hormone imbalance, a lot of things are happening in women's life. So what I want to ask here is, Alexandra, did you lose hair?
Yes. I really, my menopause, like perimenopause, lasted really almost
Honey?
Can you hear me? Like 8 years.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it was really, I started losing hair. And yes, Kumud, I also stopped dyeing my hair then. And yeah, now it's kind of recovering, but it took a couple of years of really not being happy about that. It's like what Dr. Kubitska was saying. It's like, our crown, we like to have hair and to be proud of that. It's just something that is important to us. So yeah, Kumud, we learned so much from you. I think you joined here to learn, but we learned so much from you. Thank you for joining.
And talking about Kumud as well, another person who has passed 75 and she is going strong. She has still got beautiful hair and is smiling. She's in Canada over here. Shortly, she will be talking about IRT and menopause. Maureen, did you lose hair when you were going through your cycle of menopause?
Well, I was too busy to notice. But yes, yes, and there are ways that we can adjust all of that balance of our chemistry from within as well, which is what I teach others and help them to wake up their internal pharmacy to rebalance their hormones and their chemistry, and in addition. That I can share other things in a moment, but I also the woman that cuts my hair, or used to, she just moved away. She is an alchemist and creates her own hair products. So there are different things that we can do to regenerate our system, whether it's herbally or with natural products, and also clearing what's underneath the feelings of all of this that we experience and all the unresolved buildup that gives us and our bodies less resilience. So there's a lot of points of view of integrative care, self-care that we can all do as women.
And shortly, Maureen, we will be sharing that with people. So it's so wonderful. I love when you said we can wake up our own internal pharmacy. So you see, you've got something inside you, is mind over matter. Although when it comes to hormonal changes, sometimes women themselves don't know what's happening. So it's very difficult to educate. Maybe men need to learn. Let's just take a pause here and we go to Shri in Birmingham. Global Namaste, Shri, and she's the resident singer here at Healing Our Earth. She has got her ideas about how to deal with menopause. She's a singer, she's a professional singer. Maybe, Shri, you can start with singing a song to us and then tell us about your ideas of menopause.
Ooh, what do you want me to sing? Global Namaste to everyone. And thank you, Neil.
bring people's mood on back on. I mean, everybody's happy. You've got a young person like Dr. Shobha, who is very far from perimenopause, but she is very much interested. And then you've got Kumud, who is over 78, doesn't look it. You've got Maureen, who is over 75, doesn't look it. And then you got Amrita there in Jalandhar, Lata, who has also gone through menopause, Kiran, who has also gone through. Just sing a nice song and then tell us what you know about menopause.
I'm just going to be singing something about love. Very nutcut song, which I have just fell in love with. It's Shreya Ghoshal, a very, very legendary singer.
Go ahead.
थोड़े बदमाश हो तुम, थोड़े नादान हो तुम, थोड़े बदमाश हो तुम, थोड़े नादान हो तुम, हाँ मगर ये सच है हमारी जान हो तुम, थोड़े बदमाश हो तुम, थोड़े नादान हो तुम, मेरे सांसों की झनकार हो तुम, मेरा शोला श्रृंगार हो तुम, मेरी आँखों का इंतजार हो तुम, मेरा ईमान मेरी शान मेरा मान हो तुम, थोड़े बेईमान हो तुम, थोड़े शैतान हो तुम, हाँ मगर ये सच है मेरे भगवान हो तुम, बदमाश हो तुम, थोड़े नादान हो तुम.
Yeah, baat hai, Shri, very well done. Yes, it was very cheeky. So, Maureen, Alexandra, and those who are listening who are not of an ethnic origin, what she's saying was, you are a bit cheeky, you are a bit innocent, but you are still my life. You are my desire for my eyes, and you are like a god to me. And so it was a very cheeky song telling to the lover over there. For those who understand, that's fine. For those who didn't, I'm sure you understand that now. So, Shri,
yes,
how have you coped with perimenopause and menopause, and what are your, as a singer, do you go into singing mode when you are on hormonal changes or anything?
Basically, it has been extremely. I started having menopause. I think I realized actually something was wrong, something was not going right. But basically, my children are very young. They are 13 years, 11 years old. So I was always trying to look after them. But at the same time, all of a sudden, I started to feel that when I was trying to talk, my menopause, the main problem I started facing is that brain fog. Because I did not know what was happening. I was trying to say something, is a very important thing in a meeting or something like that. All of a sudden, I'm lost of a word. I can't remember that word and I can't complete the sentence. And unfortunately, I didn't know what was I did not know what was happening to me until after 8 months, I have got a friend who is a doctor. And I said, I was, able to, what happened actually just before that, I was using the washroom. I put a pan on the gas. I wanted to make some omelette for me. So I put the pan on downstairs with my 2 children in the other room. I came upstairs thinking that I was going to the washroom. I went to the washroom. I didn't come out for 50 minutes. I did not know. I was just sitting there. And the whole house was smoke and smoke alarm. My children started running around, mama, mama, mama. So all of a sudden, I felt that I was in a different world where somewhere I didn't realize what it was. And I felt that I was lost in thought and I didn't know what I was thinking. So that was the day I cried a lot. And then I have spoken to one of my very closest friend who is a doctor, senior doctor. And then he said that you need some help. You need to go to your doctor. And I think it is all because of you are going through menopause. And I was still having periods, so I did not realize, but it was very irregular. I was having it every other week or sometimes after 10 days, that sort of thing. Everything was overwhelming. And then I went to the doctor and my GP, she was really considerate. She explained it to me. And she said that only thing I can say, because you have got children to look after, you have got work to look after, and you are a performer. If you are going there, unnecessarily, I was getting really, really scared, or, I didn't want to get ready. Getting ready was the most difficult thing for me, pushing myself and just, doing even the daily care for myself. I couldn't do any of that time. I lost it all. And then when I got to know that I was having menopause, realized it was another thing. I felt a sense of loss, as if I have lost being a woman or something. I felt, is this the end? So that means I'm not a woman anymore. So there are so many things. It made me feel extremely, and then I felt, oh, okay, my life is finished now because menopause came. So I can't do anymore anything else. So that is how, but then the HRT, when I started taking the HRT, and then I started reading about menopause, I started listening to other people, other ladies, those who are thriving at the age of 76, 80. And I wanted to know what they did, how did they cope with it, while they're looking after their children of different ages, whatever. So that is the time I started realizing that it is a different phase of my life. It doesn't mean that my life is ended, or I have got a lot more to do. I can actually process it slowly. It's a process, like a season. So this is it. But then my body and my mind, it needs a little bit of time to cope with it. So that is how I started coping with it. And to answer your question, no, I did not want to sing. I didn't want to sing. I didn't want to do anything creative. I did not want to communicate with people. I did not want to socialize, nothing. I just locked myself, only me and my children.
So Shri, the way I look at it, the tunnel started becoming dark. You didn't know what was happening.
Yes.
But the fact is, you are now a very prolific and a very famous singer. And yes, keep on with your journey, because there is light at the end of the tunnel. So Shri, stay around, because we want to know how Maureen and Sharon dealt with it. And they've got a lot of history now behind them. They've passed menopause quite a while back. Both of them look very young, but they are same age as Kumud over here, and they're all over 75.
Wow.
So one in Canada, one in USA, one in Germany, one in Croatia, one in Jalandhar, one in United Kingdom, another one in London. Let's share and understand, because even the men are learning quite a lot, and we want to see if they felt like you when it happened to them. And so stay around. Let's go to Sharon in Colorado in United States of America. She's our senior host at Healing Our Earth. A global namaste to you, Sharon.
Global namaste to Neil and all of you wonderful, beautiful people out there.
And it is that very important subject we are talking about at the self-care for women, Menopausal Care over here. So Sharon, what was your did you know that you were going through menopause? And if you did, how was it and how did you tackle it before we go to Maureen in Canada, who might give us some IRT solution for menopause?
Well, I was thrilled actually because my mother, when she was pregnant with me, was given the drug. And it caused me to have some difficulties throughout my life in that area. And I had terribly painful periods, terribly painful. So on one level, I was so thrilled and happy to be done with that. But because really of all my training in India with my Guruji, Sitara Devi, and learning how to embody all aspects of the feminine, and then creating these exercises around that time that I wrote my book and created all these exercises for women to really ground and feel this Shakti flowing through them, particularly in all the strength, the Shakti that gives you the strength, and then that gives you the sensuality and gives you the love and compassion. So and all of that, I've also had all this training and healing where I learned to bring this energy from the center of the earth up through my feet and into my womb. And to really, I know Lata, you want to hear more about this, and to really feel that Shakti flowing through me. But not only that, flowing all the way up through my whole body and into my eyes and radiating that out through the world. And knowing those practices and working on those practices gave me a whole new understanding of myself as a woman, of sensuality and all of that. And there's another aspect that I want to tell you. So this, from my mother taking this drug, eventually later, I'd say about 10, 15 years later, I had cervical cancer. And so I had to have a hysterectomy. I mean, I had reduced it through all kinds of alternative health to very small, but I just chose that way. And I remember a really clear, dear, wise friend of mine saying, well, you know, yes, you're losing these parts of yourself, but now you're getting the womb of the goddess. You're coming to a whole, it's just because it's physically gone doesn't mean that it's energetically gone. And, you know, it's like you're having the womb of the whole universe now, of the feminine. And that really helps. So even at this age, and in January, I'll be 76, these teachings that first came to me from my Guruji pervade my life so that I can still, like she could, if I want to dance like a sensuous goddess, I can feel that energy coming through me, that Shakti, and I can transmit it to all of you.
Wow, Sharon. So Sharon, it's so amazing. You know, I just wonder, we've heard so many different aspects of menopause today, and a couple of the contributors were positive, saying, menstrual cycle and periods gone, and new phase, so maybe positive, although menopause is not necessarily positive because it's hormonal changes. How amazing that we are sharing this thing. I think men need a lot of education on this. Women go through hormonal changes, menstrual cycle. They are like next to God because they give birth to humanity, you know, and then they go through all these things. And we still are not equal on the earth. Men still wants to rule. This is why Healing Our Earth brings subjects like this where we can educate other people. Amrita, you, of course, are on maybe you are still young and going through perimenopause. And are you dreading menopause, having heard what's going on? And do you feel you are equipped to understand when it comes?
Thank you, Neil Kumar. I have been listening to all the wonderful ladies, and mm, I think I'm blessed enough now to get so much of education as well as empowerment. And I think this is what is women empowerment, and this is what is the aim of the Globe Women, to empower women and educate them. And also, with every word that every woman has been sharing, their experiences as a part of the journey of life gives an add-on power to yourself and finding solutions to the problems. And what if this comes? Well, that's very similar to what that person already told. So there are a lot of things that an individual learns from all that stuff. And I think, and the best master can be your mom and your grannies and whom you have seen, or your aunts who share with you, who have made you realize that, yes, this little girl is going to be a woman, and how the things change up, and how the first day of menstruation starts, and how you manage with the schoolings and everything, and the part of your journey being a woman, and then your mom and everything. But then in all that, now coming to the other part of that stuff is also, I think, beautiful. And one thing that we must not forget, that we as a women are the part of that goddess. And what Sharon told is absolutely right. So getting a womb of a goddess, a part of that goddess, has been a part from the very beginning when we are born, and it will always stay. And that essence is the most important essence beyond everything. And I think the mind is the best master to trigger you to stay young, to stay healthy, and to also feel how beautiful you are, whatever you are in. That's what I have to say.
So Amrita, is well and fine to learn theory about menopause, and men can maybe even understand the theory. So I want to ask the women, but how can you deal with the physical hormonal changes that actually plays in your body? Because you can be very educated, you can know the end result, you know the start result, you know it's going to happen, but the physical body changes actually takes place. Alexandra, did you feel like Shri? Did you see the doomsday and then you came out of it? And what was your doomsday?
I feel really for you, Shri. It sounds like very familiar. The most simple thing, just like to go and wash your hair or brush your teeth, that's like a big achievement. Yeah, the brain fog, not having no clarity, like being completely helpless. You can't really like help others, not to talk about helping yourself, because you don't know what's happening. There is a fog.
And Alexandra, pause here, brain fog. Was brain fog induced because of the state of mind of lack of confidence, or was it a physical hormonal change that actually prohibits brain to function correctly? What was it?
No, I think it's the second. I mean, I just like did not know what was happening, and that this is like really all hormonal. Because once I went, it's all gone. Like I never had that experience ever again. Yeah, I mean, I'm really glad there were no bigger accidents, just like Shri. It's like I could have caused many accidents like that because I just was not aware. Like even crossing the street, things like that. I would just like stand somewhere or having a panic attack because I don't know what I'm doing, what I'm supposed to take from the shelf in the supermarket. Like the most basic things. People would not believe it because, I'm like kind of, educated person, whatever. But I just felt like I don't know anything. I just know nothing.
Wow, this is so amazing, the kind of things that you can learn from people. I'm going to go back to our over 75s who are only looking 50 plus VAT because they've all maintained themselves. So we'll start with Maureen shortly. We want to hear about you. But Maureen, did you have a complete a trough in this? Were you always on a crest, or did you feel the trough when you went to the menopausal cycle? And was it as bad as what Alexandra and Shri faced? Because you are slightly different generation to them and from a different background. Was it similar for you, and how did you cope and get out of it?
Are you asking me that?
Yes, Maureen.
Well, it's very interesting because I guess I must love a good challenge because I had my children a little bit later in my 30s. And so I was going through menopause when they were doing teenage hormones, not recommended, not at all recommended. And in addition to that, I was working at a job which was an unusual situation for me, doing the work that I created, the inner resonance work, but in a First Nations setting of being the crisis counselor, healing facilitator for employment services. And so there was a different political agenda going on there. And so I was actually harassed out of my job. It was a very dysfunctional workplace, a lot of addiction still in my bosses. And because I was doing such a good job, they were threatened by what they thought I knew or didn't know. And so I was harassed out of my job simultaneously. And in addition to that, I was living in a previously undetected black mold house with black mold. So Shri, when you talk about, the brain fog, it was quite an incredible experience. And even knowing what I know and being who I am and having the work I have available, I had a hard time reaching out. And in addition to that, I was a single mother of two, teenage girls, 15 and 17 at the time. And so it was quite challenging. However, get through it, I did. And so I have some tips, because of that challenging time where I can then support other women with greater or lesser, somewhere in between symptoms, if you will want to call it that, of the chemistry of menopause. So yes, here I am today, 75 plus. I turned 75 in July of this year. Sharon and I are 49ers. It's a good crop, wasn't it, Sharon? A good year. Anyway, so yes, there is life on the other side of whatever the difficulty of the situation is. So that's enough for now. Did you want me to share more about IRT right now, Neil? Or
yes. So it's an appropriate time now, Maureen. Over the next 10 minutes, share your tips and everything, because Sharon told us how she got out. So Sharon, over to you and Maureen for 10 minutes. We'll bring back Kumud and Alexandra and Lata again and see what happened in their life. So over to you, Sharon and Maureen.
There is a couple more things I want to say. I just remembered. So it was around that time that I had my first hot flash, that I met, actually his name was Robert Lawler, who had been in Oroville, helped found Oroville. And he had told me about Amaroli. And so I had my first hot flash and I started doing that, Amaroli. So it delayed actually my menopause for about 4 years. So that's really, I just remembered that aspect of it. And it delayed all of those symptoms as I went through it. So I think that's an interesting side note. And also I feel that there's something about this phase of life. I saw my mother go through it too, where we have the potential, we don't have to deal with having periods anymore and all this chaos. And there's a level of empowerment that comes with being an elder, hopefully. There's a level of, it's like you just don't care about all the little minutiae. Fortunately, it was around that time, no, it was before that I met my Tibetan teacher, and we really look at the emotions and look at the nature of our minds and develop a kind of a way of discernment and being able to observe all of this without getting caught in it, all of the emotions and the brain fog and all of this chaos that exists within us as we go through these hormonal changes. And so all of these teachings that we speak about in many of the different Sundays that we have and the different topics we have really tie in, because it's a physical change, but it's also a spiritual, emotional change. And if we have the tools, which we often provide, Amrita knows as well, and Lata, on healing our earth, then it can make it much easier. And also, we have each other now. And we really can discuss these and help each other. And that's what we're here for. So, Maureen, back to you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Yes, and I appreciate everyone and the sharing and the information and all of the holistic perspectives. And Amrita, I always love your sharing and your perspective of wholeness and a holistic understanding as a medical person as well. So it's about an integrative approach as always. And, and I love what you say, Sharon, because, it's, the words that I've written down as I've been listening to everyone is self-love, empowerment, the power of the mind, and the balance of our hormones and integrated. And Neil, you're asking, yes, well, you have certain ways of being, and then the chemistry comes and upsets the apple cart, and then you're taken out into a different reality. Well, what I've also understood and heard over many years is, I guess the same with many different conditions, including dementia, as people get, into that stage, if they do, that menopause brings up all of the repression of all of everything that women have had to keep control of in their roles as mothers, as wives, and as servers of others. Women are in service and they're caregivers. And so the self-love, the self-care is repressed. So all of what we've repressed up until that moment, that we have that physiological change and the hormonal change becomes amplified. And so everything, gets acted out. There's those cartoons of women in menopause carrying guns, yeah, just try me, push my buttons. And yet, it's all about balance, isn't it? So, my topic is going with the flow of menopause with greater ease and grace. And a big part of that is it gives us opportunity to see all of the unresolved buildup of repression that not only we as individual women, but as society, that women have been repressed and not given equal acknowledgement or power. It's about empowerment. So, yes, resolve the inner conflicts. That was another phrase I heard. Don't suppress, your opinions and your emotions. Be authentic. Share from your toes, all the way up, feeling that connection into Mother Earth and the connection with our spiritual balance, and really, speak from our hearts. So, the brain fog. Oh, I know that I knew that one very clearly, especially with the mold, especially with the trauma of getting harassed out of my job. And I had been resistant, so it's all the resistance that we carry within us that then combines to influence and amplify the hormonal imbalances and changes. So we can support ourselves so much differently now that we understand the interconnectedness of our body and the physiological chemistries that are linked so fundamentally and foundationally in our emotional state. And that way, the more we clear, the more we do our inner work, from whatever perspective, whatever techniques or ways that we have of being in nature of calming ourselves and finding ways. Music, beautiful, Shri. Sharon, your music is astounding. And movement, physical exercise, because we don't need to age in the traditional ways. And so when we take that self-love, I have a cup here today, and but the heart is facing, can you see that, or the light reflecting too much?
Yes.
It's got a golden heart. So, but that faces me. So it reminds me of my own self-care, which is essential. And so, IRT, inner resonance technologies, is one system that is really simple and effortless and works with the super conscious, higher levels of consciousness that has the whole history of your life, all of your soul memory, all the ancestral memory of your, of your family tree. And so, we can address that collective memory field that's built up, that has been interfering and influencing us to do this and that. And yet then we get taken out and we're not able to be the observer. That is such an essential place to be still and know, and really know your own self and be clear about what's yours and what's not yours. And even what's yours, then we get to take an ability to respond differently with. So IRT is a formula of questions, very simple. And it's a bit like going on a magic carpet ride. Because it activates all those parts of ourselves that know that greater truth of what's no longer relevant in the buildup of this thing called life and stress, you could name it, that actually is aging us. And so the more that we can clear and come into a place of balance, then and be authentic in our expression of whatever it is we feel. There's no bad emotions, only the ones that don't get expressed appropriately. And so the more we clear what's no longer appropriate or relevant to this present moment, and no need to drag it in and keep, building on what we don't want. So there's that higher spiritual part of us that knows, and all those signals and all that memory is in our field. And that's what the body acts out. So though I highly recommend, women going through perimenopause and continuing at any stage of our lives to be able to find ways that nourish ourselves and give us that self-love that allows us to align with that goddess within, that is so shining and so beautiful and so inspiring to not only others, but and our own selves. So the physical exercises, I believe, are so important. And on the physical side, in addition to what Sharon has to offer, which is just really stunning, actually. And Sharon, you can maybe speak of your new project that is emerging in January. I would love to hear more about that. I'm sure others will also. But I have a very good friend, a longtime client, who had many, many challenges hormonally. And she developed, a program for women by women called Xali, XALI. I'll put the link in the chat, and it combines different aspects of education for women in different stages of their lives. And because Naz de Bono, she is now, in that menopausal state. She's done a TED Talk on that. But also she's developed as a personal trainer exercise programs that are so personalized to each person, each individual, where they're at, what they need, and you get to self-select your own program as you go through and be fully nurtured. There is a section on diets and recipes and food to nurture us and to help that balance of our chemistry. And then an educational part where women share, and there's, information that people can access. So it's a beautiful platform. It's an app, and xali.com.au. She lives in Australia. So yeah, just a program note on that. So there's many different support systems, whether it's physical and psychological, emotional, mental, spiritual. I always believed everything is a spiritual solution. And when we come into that alignment with ourselves and our greater consciousness, then everything becomes possible. So the IRT solution allows us as women to be fully receptive. There's nothing to do or make happen. There's everything to allow. And so when at the mental conscious level, when we go through and say yes to all these different parts of ourselves that know our greater good and know what stuff is lurking, waiting for the trigger, that is no longer necessary and not the truth of us, and then we exponentially shift and clear into that next level of empowerment at whatever age we're in, but especially as women going through the change, that is that catalyst to empower ourselves into our next level of service, free of our roles that we've had to be bound by for one reason or another. And so, yeah, it's a series of questions that then with the last question, you just press the enter button. It's kind of like for those of us that are computer oriented and who isn't these days, it's like a super duper defrag antiviral program for your whole matrix from all times, all places that you get to neutralize and clear and send to the trash all of the no longer relevant information that creates the brain fog and creates the imbalances and amplifies the imbalances, so that we have better ways of coping, better ways of activating our own self internal balance, because the physical body can do all kinds of things no matter how emotionally stable you are, and the chemistry shifts and you go, who did that? Who said that? Was that me? But we have the power of awareness that then we can take, okay, whatever that was, let's just now consciously engage with the unconscious realms of the superconscious spiritual self to then shapeshift that chemistry. And consciousness runs the body, consciousness runs reality. So we can take that ability that we have as with our higher consciousness and address that and include all aspects of who we are to bring ourselves back, into that place of the physical, emotional, mental, spiritual balance that is always available for us when we know how to access and activate that other part of ourselves, instead of being victims to any particular circumstances or our environment or our bodies, which includes our environment. So we have a lot more power, a lot more ability when we understand and bring a holistic approach to all of these things. And of course, being a caregiver, being a helper of humanity, unfortunately, I let my self-care lapse and ignored my body. I was an athlete when I was younger. I've always been super resilient physically. And yet, yeah, I was ignoring my body. And, because I was so busy in the field of consciousness. So this year, I've had to take a serious about face and take a different level of responsibility for my own physical life. And so it's important to address all quadrants. Those of you that may know, I had a heart attack in May in Spain, and in a foreign country to mine in Canada here. And yet I was with a group of conscious people that sent healing prayers and love. I did my own internal IRT work. And within days, there was no more blockage in my heart. The first artery had been 100% blocked. I had two stents put in. The second artery was 70%. And with all the healing prayers that next morning and the next day, the day after that, the doctors could not find the 70% block. And they actually went in a week early to find what was going on. And it was completely clear my heart was totally healthy. So, we have the miracle within, and we have access to spirit and consciousness that can create things beyond our physical, our physical experience, because it's all one system and we have to include all parts. So this year I'm I'm much more self-caring of my own exercise, my own diet. I know what to do. I just had to do it. So, we just have to do what we know and reach out and listen and receive all of the wisdom from all of us at whatever age we're at. We all have something to contribute to the journey of menopause. And it doesn't just start when we hit menopause. It's all that good care and the good habits and the good balance that we have in life, that then when we get to that point of our bodies going into that change, we can flow with it instead of having all this resistance and all these things that come up and, push us into a different level of presence of having to really, do things differently. So I guess that's all I have to say for now. I do love to support everyone, and if you're curious and you want to experience, there are some ways to experience the protocol I developed on my website, maureenedwardson.com. And if you want, to send me a message in my contact, say, hey, we're on Healing the Earth Family. I'd love to experience more, and I'd love to share a gift and experience of the protocol for you. It's just my greatest joy to do that. So thank you.
So Maureen, why don't you tell them about what we're cooking up these days?
Well, what we're cooking up
July.
For July, well, there are 6 of us, Sharon and I, and Connie.
Andrew and Connie.
Andrew and Connie, and also Joan from Ottawa, and
Rahel.
Yes, Rahel from Ottawa, and I'm from Canada also. But we are cooking up a multi-phase workshop that addresses that next level of expressing who we are in the world and helping humanity from all those different diverse prospects. Oh, there's my website. Thank you. And so I built that website myself. Talk about brain fog. I'm a non-techie, so I'm just very proud of myself. It took me 2.5 years. Most people it takes 4 months. But I was persistent and I was in a learning curve and I did it. Yay, me. Anyhow, exactly.
I think that's part of our growth as women. It's to, I went back to Baltimore where I grew up, and I saw these people I went to high school with, and I'm like zipping around the computer showing them all, and they're like, oh, wow. For me, it's all about learning new. I'm about to jump into learning a new editing program.
Yes.
And it's really keeping yourself active on every level.
On every level.
Things, learning, there's exercises that I bring that create new synapses. Indian classical dance does that, where your eyes are going one way, you're doing different rhythm, your hands are doing something else. There's so much available to us now. And, we bring these people who are experts in all of these kinds of healing traditions to healing our earth. So here we are. And it's just exciting and wonderful to be with you all and learning every week.
So Sharon, is beautiful that something is cooking up middle of next year. And it's so nice.
It's like a 5-day workshop, more than a workshop, really.
It's a co-creation of all the participants with the facilitators. Connie and Andrew do the trust frequency and a different worldview of assumptions that we run our lives by. Sharon brings all her movement and her sound and her beautiful wisdom and physical embodiment. Joan brings the Tao and the Chinese perspective, and Rahel brings a lot of ways of working with community. She's from Africa originally and does a lot of projects in community building and communication. So how do we communicate together in different ways? So it's a multi aspect co-creative, where we're inviting visionaries and people from all walks of life, and leaders, and anyone and everyone that wants to come together to create new solutions for humanity, and how we can relate to each other, and how we can be healthy together, how we can all have a part and have a perspective and a contribution. So it's not just your typical workshop you come to learn, you come to co-create and contribute. And the end result, we're excited about seeing how this all unfolds and what gets generated,
So, Maureen, is it going to be in person and online too?
Well, right now it's going to be in person. We are talking about also doing an online component. So it's, we'll stay posted and see.
So if it's online as well, we will, Healing Our Earth will host it free anyway. It always does and supports all the organization. And when the flyer is ready, we share it with people. Earlier, we were sharing a retreat in Croatia, which is actually monitored and facilitated by Alexandra, who is over here. And it says the best place for vacation too. And Croatia at the moment is trending on in the tourism world as well. So Alexandra has planned several cities for next year. So she will be sharing with all the Healing Our Earth people as well. And anybody else who wants to visit Croatia, you will get first-hand treatment from Alexandra over there. We'll share these flyers in WhatsApp group and other groups as well, as we will about the workshop that you are planning. And Sharon, next week, we are going to enjoy at Healing Our Earth. What we want to share is that since it's a festive season, we want to share with people, you can sing songs, it's a Christmas time, we can send poems, you can invite your friends and give a message live on Healing Our Earth. So next Sunday, if you are there, come and enjoy the festive season. You can sing, you can recite a poem, you can give messages to your loved ones. Just come fun and invite your friends, and you can just tell them, so let's enjoy the Christmas break that is coming. The following week, we are having a holiday, and then we start with Bhakti Yoga, which will be fun. We are traveling from different continents where different bhajans, kirtan, songs, hymns, it doesn't matter what race and nationality you are. So it's a unity of faith. So it's going to be lots of fun. And coming back to menopause, so we have learned so many different aspects of menopause. We've also learned from different ages. You heard Shobha, who is under 30, and she's taking on a big project, right up to Kumud, Sharon, and Maureen, who are all three over 75. And they are laughing, they are happy, they are singing, they are full of smiles. So, hey, the tunnel may get dark, but there is always light at the end of tunnel. So what we are going to do over the next 15 minutes, let's go around the panel and see what they've learned and any tips they can give. So Lata, what have you learned today, and what tips will you share with your friends over the next 2 minutes? Tell us what you've learned.
Well, it made me sort of go back to my time of, all the thoughts triggered the memories of childhood and how my mother coped, how I coped. And because, I didn't get much support from my grands because they weren't around, aunts, they weren't around. I had to sort of do it for myself. My mother wasn't there. And so it was, I had to rely on the divine energy. And that was what it carried me through without me realizing. It was protecting me and safeguarding me, and all through my journey in life, really. I think my mother had a hard time giving birth, and she couldn't keep her food down, she said, and she had to depend on vitamins, high doses of vitamins. And that's what I've always relied on, is eating well and trying to be sensible and take vitamins and minerals and natural things. So that's sort of ingrained in me, and so it's sort of seen me through and served me well. But at the same time, I see a lot of people around me who are, who are struggling. And I'd love to give my knowledge, impart my knowledge and share it with others so that they don't experience the pitfalls that I've been through. I think it would be nice, especially like you said, Maureen, about the children's hormones, teenage hormones, and also, your own hormones, be it you realize it or not, it's there. And how to manage them and deal with them, because there wasn't that much awareness of it in those years. Even though we live in westernized societies, it wasn't there. I think our society, the Indian society, has a lot more, Neil, about this subject, and they're more ingrained into the spiritual aspects. Sharon would probably understand it more, because when girls come to that puberty age of having starting menstrual cycle, they have an inauguration for the girls, a ceremony to say, she is now in that phase and she's healthy, so she's developed and she's developing, we need to support her. So all that is also very helpful in our Indian community. I'm sure it's in others as well. But that also shows deep respect and support from our society in the natural way, rather than just say, oh, you need to go to the GP. Because that is so unnatural, to talk to someone you don't really know and you don't understand what you're going through. So you really need someone from the other side to tell us how to deal with it. And, from the outside to deal with it, that also is internal ring from your internal circle of secure, so you feel more you can trust them and feel secure around them to open up. So I think it's sort of, I could hone in on all that and bring it all together, my past experiences, and connect it into this wonderful what do they call it? Trapeze? Oh. What's that? They weave a blanket, don't they? What's it called? Something with a T. Help me out, Sharon.
Patchwork. Patchwork.
Patchwork, yeah. And also, so it'll come to me later. But it's really helpful to reflect that we do go through this journey and have self-respect for the roles we've been given to play on the earth as women, and to really embrace it.
There you are. Lata says, let's embrace it and let us share information. That's what we do at Healing Our Earth. We connect people, we get people sharing, we let people get educated. So it's so beautiful. Different aspects have been done by different people today. Let's go to Mita has had a chance. Mita, over the next couple of minutes, what have you learned about menopause that you didn't know? And what are your tips? Go ahead, over.
so many things to learn about, especially the Ayurvedic side. The medicines you can take from Ayurveda as well. And also, it's nice to see that we are opening up, I would say, taboo area, but an area which is less discussed, and it's part and parcel of your aging process. And so my tips is like a balance between spirituality and accepting the process. I very much like it was Maureen. I didn't know when it happened. It was so busy all the time. So for me, I wouldn't say I don't remember anything apart from the physical part of that. I think what is forgotten over here is we always think about women's health when it comes to hormonal changes. We should give equal justice to men as well. And there is equivalent word for menopause, which is andropause for men, which happens between 40 and early 50s. I've shared something in the chat as well from a document which our university created. So it is well researched. And the university where I work, they are very well aware. And there's a menopause cafe every week. It's been going on for nearly now 3 to 4 years. And the first initial phase was when we were asked to come on screen and talk to one of the organizational development cabinet professional who spoke with us about menopause. So yeah, so it is important that we don't forget about men, because they look after us. We have to also look after them, because they will also go through a lot of changes hormonally. And I've got two brothers, and my father was very much more of a feminist person. So that way, we had all the freedom in the house to talk and discuss and argue about every possible things. So I am very broad-minded about man's health as well, because this includes, how you can detect in men andropause is low energy, depression, or sadness, and it goes on for 20 years or so, from 40 or 50 years onwards. So, and similarly for women, it goes on until they leave the post-menopause phase. So even I am going through that. So, we have to embrace it, and spiritually, as Sharon was saying, open it to spirituality. Then now we have graduated to the next phase, and we can create physically. Maybe the body can't create. I didn't freeze the eggs or anything, but some people do that. And if we can create now the spiritual creation, our own spiritual babies. Yeah. So spiritual ideas and projects and all that. So yes, a lot to learn and a lot to be replayed in the program with regards to the gems which have been shared here. And maybe next time we should have on andropause as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Meeta. So that is Meeta's perspective over there. Let's go to Kumud, who has been here all the time. Kumud, did you learn anything? You came to learn, but you also shared your knowledge and your ideas as well. And what do you feel, and how do you feel at Healing Our Earth? This is your first time at Healing Our Earth. You are part of the family now. Every Sunday, it goes free global community online episodes. So your comment, over to you.
Yeah. Okay. So I joined because I wanted to hear about menopause, what people have to say, and also learn more about it. And so it was nice to go through the Ayurvedic way of dealing with it. And my experience, now, like I said, it's long, long time ago that it happened to me. But at that time, my enthusiasm wasn't gone. And the word Shakti, that's been with me since I was a child. I have my Shakti. I'm always connected to it. And so, even in this different world, Western world, and everything, that part remained. And this Shakti is also making me a seeker. I'm seeking all the time, yeah? And so at that time, when this menopause came, I was partly aware of it in my mind. But then I'd already started looking for what I should do about it. And so I had the German homeopathic stuff that I read about, and I was also guided by that. So I did that, and my energy, my whatever signs I was getting about the menopause, I managed to handle it that way. And also in Germany, we have different teas. Now, these are the herbs, nature cures us. So these are the different herbs that I had for, as teas, and I was fine. But at this age, I've gone through that. It was okay. Everything, it comes and goes. And now my enthusiasm is still there. I'm still a seeker. I'm still finding, looking for things about souls, people, grandchildren, children, which souls are there, but also very connected to nature where I live, and very much appreciate the 5 elements of the earth. And this is my life. So and like I said, Maureen said, or Sharon said something about, we are ready with the guns, but no, I'm always ready with a rose, or I'm always ready with a lotus for anything that's happening. And it always solves all my problems, but keeps my energy going. So that's all I have to say. Hello?
Thank you, Kumud. Yes, so Kumud has given her version of the thing. Alexandra, you've been there since the start, of course, and you are one of the leads at the Glow Women and also episode producer at Healing Our Earth. What have you found fascinating today, and did you learn anything different?
Thank you so much, everyone, for the contribution. And I learned so much, but also I would like to learn more about Shakti, maybe before, if Kumud is going to leave. If you could just tell us for our viewers, because not everyone knows what Shakti is or what it represents. So maybe if Kumud, you could just tell a couple of sentences about that, because I would like to learn. I'm still curious also about that ancient knowledge of
And Sharon will share that to you, because she started with Shakti, and because she went to India.
I wrote a book about it.
And Sitara Devi is the one who was with her and brought in that Shakti. It is when she was in a menopause, she infused that in her womb. She will tell you more about it as well, and as will Kumud on that. What else did you pick up today, Alexandra?
Yes, I was not alone. I thought it's just happening to me, all of that. And it was really very comforting to know that other women had similar symptoms and challenges. And that we are in that, all of that together. Unfortunately, sometimes we just struggle alone because we are embarrassed of thinking oh, this is my shortcoming. I don't know how to deal with reality. And it's true, sometimes spirituality also could have helped more if I remembered. But also the spirituality sometimes pushed me, because I did not balance that. But what Maureen said, that balance, I think the harmony is really important, because I go from one extreme to another. So I also learned in this episode again how balance is really important, to be able to communicate, to be open, and to be ready to exchange information. And that was really something I learned, to stay curious and to be open.
Well done, Alexandra. So completely different perspective, and again in situ with what's happened. And Maureen, how do you feel? And of course, you shared different side to it from there through your journey and your expertise on IRT. What is your conclusion thought before we ask Sharon to talk a bit more about Shakti and then end up the episode and thank everybody? Over to you, Maureen.
Well, thank you so much to everyone for all the wisdom, all the information, all the points of view, because it's together that we create wholeness and allow ourselves to continue to be curious, as you say, Alexandra, and always be learning, as you said, Sharon, because that is the elixir of life. That is the fountain of youth, as we are curious and we continuously learn from each other, with each other, in all of the different ways and traditions. So I really appreciate healing our earth. I learn a lot. I love to be part of the family, and so I thank you all. And with one final note of support, when you go to my website, maureenedwardson.com, I put it in the chat. You'll notice that there is a free gift of my book right now to celebrate the season. It was the 13th anniversary, well, birthday of my book on 11/11. And so from that season of celebrating the birthday of my book through to the end of the year, I have a free download of my book, Your Magical Evolutionary Code Unleashed, The Science of Inner Resonance. And so that's there for you. And also in the gifts for you tab and page, there are presentations and experiences. The first one of which is just a 12-minute experience that somebody put all of my words from my book and my website all together in the most beautiful, concise presentation and experience, and he has it's a male voice. He has a beautiful voice, and it's only a 12-minute experience. So it's beautiful. And once you've gone through the experience of IRT, you have a program somewhere in your body that the brain is associated with the chemistry of wholeness and that frequency of your greater self to then access to do, a full matrix shift in each moment that you get challenged or you want to expand into a different level of connection or understanding or solution. So it's a one-stop shopping access to your universal self that allows whatever's ready in each moment to be shifted into a greater balance. So it is a gift for each of you for this beautiful season of celebration. So I hope that you're curious and you give that gift to yourself. Thank you so much for everybody's wisdom today.
Thank you, Maureen. And you're, of course, now a resident part of Healing Our Earth. You are there almost in every episode, and you can talk on almost any subject, of course, because you've accumulated so much wisdom. You are in regular touch with Alexandra as well. Keep in touch with Alexandra. Alexandra, keep in touch with Maureen over there, which will be very useful, particularly with the retreat. Sharon, Shakti, you started with Shakti and how you handled. So a bit about Shakti, then your conclusion, and if you could thank everybody with a prayer, and then we will conclude today.
Well, I'm going to read you a little from the preface of my book, The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine. It starts like this. There is a sacred current of light that runs throughout time and space, the light of the divine feminine. It is a continuum. It arises at the birth of creation and forms a sacred path into the denseness of matter and back again. As we descend from the fullness of this light, of this Shakti, into the depths of the material world, this light is always there to nourish and sustain us. Flowing through all our lives and incarnations, it is the vital and transformative current of truth, virtue, and integrity. A shining stream of spiritual essence that leads us along the path of emanation to the path of return and reunion with the primordial source. As women, as mothers, as teachers, as guides, as emissaries of the great goddess, it is our sacred duty and privilege to hold this current of light, this Shakti in our hearts, and carry it from generation to generation. This is our essential role as women, to hold this pure light in our hearts, to keep the lamp of inner freedom burning in the darkness, to nurture and protect this light, whatever the cost, and to transmit its radiance, its exquisite beauty to our men and children. I remember I was first introduced to Shakti by Sitara, and she said to me, Shakti is light and she gives light to all. She is grace, gives grace to all. She is bliss. She gives bliss to all, and she has many forms. And then it was an amazing experience where in front of my eyes, and she was in her about mid-60s at that point, she transformed into Durga, into Radha, into Lakshmi, one after the other. It was an extraordinary transmission of knowledge that I received, and a great blessing of my life. It's a rare thing. So I've written a song for Shakti. Actually, what's very interesting in that I come from the Jewish tradition, and the Shakti of the Jewish tradition is called the Shekhinah. And when I was doing all this research, I found that they were described radiance divine, eminence divine. They were described, Shakti and Shekhinah were described in the very same words. And so I have a song that'll be coming out hopefully in 2025, all about this relationship, and about, well, the whole project is the Nectar of Bliss, a musical odyssey into the many faces of the goddess throughout the world. So Shakti, and having delved so deeply in the last, 7 years into the Taoist teachings and Qigong and Tai Chi and traditional Chinese medicine, the correlations between the Qi, the life force energy, and the prana and the Shakti are very evident. And that's what I look, how do we come together? How do we find the symbols and the teachings that are the same pretty much across cultures? So, and as Maureen mentioned, I'm very excited. I'm finally finishing this film, Quantum Qi, the Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. That brings a lot of these teachings in, and hopefully it'll be coming out by March, and I'll keep you all informed. But as a woman at this point, at this age, I mean, I've always been pretty, I explore everything. I have a lot of Shakti, and sometimes it feels like too much. But at this age, I just want to tell you that I'm the most inspired probably I've ever been in my life, because I feel that all of the teachings I've had, all of the journeys I've taken are all integrating into my work. And I'm very enlivened by bringing, Shakti's like flowing through me, and Guruji's energy and all of the gurus that I've encountered in all the traditions. I just feel like every day when I start my practice, I do what Guruji told me. I call them all in to be witness. And it's your parents and your familial line, and it's all the people who've ever done Kathak dance or been in Indian classical music or been in Ayurveda or Qigong or any of these practices. Just call them all in to be there to assist you. And I feel that it's time, when you look around, you see this, really, the media is so full of the mainstream, of low frequency stuff. And it's time, we know here through the music, come on, Indian classical music is such an extraordinary way to raise the vibration. That's what it's all about. And that's why these ancient, time-honored traditions are so important now to really bring forth in the healing of the world and healing our earth. So that's my prayer to you all. It's time. We're bringing it here, and it's time. And Maureen and this whole group I'm working with, it's really about raising to a higher frequency, the frequency of love, the frequency of caring, the frequency of heart, and really see the highest in people and just evoke that from them. So I'm very grateful, as always, to be with you. It's been a wonderful show today, so helpful to all of us, and the men too. And yes. So what do I have to say? Jai Ma. Jai Ma. See you next week.
So it's so wonderful for everybody. Thank you for all the contributors who have been part of this Healing Our Earth. And next week, don't forget, it's a festive season. Come, sing, you can dance if you like, poem if you like, message, invite your friends and wish them live on Healing